Hello, hello, hello. This is HQ. Well, we have a series that we want to do, like a man talk, right? Because this is what we do over in this channel. We have romantic or relationship content over on this channel. So today we are going to be taking a look at Darwynn McPherson's content and looking at a couple videos to see what's going on with the couple of videos that he got going on and what does it mean for the people. Is this good content to be given to the men? So this is what we are looking at today. Darwynn McPherson's, his channel is called Darwynn McPherson. So let's get into this. So I want to be clear about what we are watching. We're watching his content. This is not relationship advice. Okay? This is not relationship advice. This is ideology that he presents. He presents ideology. And ideologies don't try to understand people. They try to control how people think. And this speaker you're about to hear makes a series of claims about women. Relationships and cheating is his specialty. He presents them as facts, but most of what he says is based on assumptions, stereotypes, and emotional manipulation. What we're going to do today is pause at very key moments and break down what he's actually saying and doing. Not how it sounds, not how it feels, but what is being implied and what's being left out. Why this kind of messaging is popular on YouTube today. So this isn't about attacking men or women. It's about protecting people from narratives that people on the internet seem to have, and they quietly turn these talking points into normal everyday relationship problems, and then it becomes paranoia and resentment. So let's watch, and then we'll slow it down and examine what he says piece by piece. So let's get started.
Sexualized entertainment and the glorification of promiscuity, many women are losing their sense of pride and chastity. As a result, cheating from women is becoming more and more expected in relationships. So in this video, you'll learn 6 signs she's seeing someone else. Notice she's being distant lately? It's not just work stress. Emotional withdrawal is one of the clearest signs she's entertaining someone else. One of the hidden signs she's seeing someone else is a sudden decline in emotional and physical connection. She stops sharing personal updates, meaningful conversations fade, and even the way she hugs you changes. It's no longer warm or heartfelt. This distance isn't random, it's calculated. When you confront these women about it, she might say, "I just haven't been feeling well," or "I'm tired from work." She might even deflect by saying, "If you want more connection, why don't you initiate it?" But these excuses often mask something deeper. But here's the truth. Women are like snipers when it's time to focus their emotion on the person they love or the activities that they find interesting. Meaning, women struggle to emotionally accommodate multiple lovers simultaneously. So when her focus shifts to someone else, you feel the difference because she's emotionally checked out of the relationship. Secrecy and withdrawal often indicate a guilty conscience or hidden sin. This detachment allows her to avoid the joys and struggles of your relationship, making it easy for her to leave without guilt or regret. For men, this withdrawal feels like betrayal. It makes you question everything, forcing you into detective mode, digging for answers she won't give. You are left feeling like a roommate instead of a partner. Over time, this neglect can even lead to dangerous coping mechanisms like turning to pornography, or pulling back on the provisions and protection you once offered. And once you react this way, once you begin to mirror her behavior, she's going to bust it open more. And if she gets caught before she leaves you, she'll use how you responded to her emotional withdrawals as the catalyst that caused her to step out in the first place. Fellas, this is a manipulation tactic that allows her to blame you for the failed relationship and protect her character. She's suddenly hitting the gym and buying new provocative clothes. pause. It's not just a new year, new me phase. It's a red flag. A major hidden sign she's seeing someone else is an out of the blue focus on her appearance. She starts buying new clothes, often more revealing, spends excessive time working out or refining her look. These changes are sudden and don't include your input or perspective. She's not trying to impress you. She's trying to impress someone else. When questioned, she might say, I'm just trying to look good for the new year, or I'm tired of looking the way I look. She might even play the insecurity card saying, I see your timeline full of baddies and I feel like I don't measure up. These excuses are designed to deflect your suspicion. Here's what's really happening. Women often get comfortable in long-term relationships, expecting to be loved as they are. But when external factors like a new romantic interest or the possibility of being seen come into play, they suddenly prioritize their appearance, whether it's for a girl's trip, a vacation, or someone they've met. This drastic effort to improve their appeal is rarely for the partner they've been with. It's about new validation. For men, this feels like betrayal disguised as self-improvement. We never told her to start improving. It's clear she's not dressing up or working out for the sake of our relationship.
So, at this point in the video, the message is very clear that Darwin wants men to believe that modern women are inherently untrustworthy. He opens up by blaming culture, hypersexualized entertainment, and then immediately places the moral burden on women, not on the relationship, not on communication, not on shared responsibility. This framing does something very important though. Excuse me. It tells men you don't need evidence. If she's tired, distant, stressed, or changing, or her mood changes, this is proof, which makes no sense. Let's keep going.
Instead, it signals a shift towards seeking external validation. This behavior makes men picture the worst, imagining her with someone else. It's a devastating realization that leaves you questioning her loyalty and intentions. New routines, late nights, and unexplained absences, it's not just me time. A sudden change in routine is a classic sign she's hiding something. Another hidden sign she's seeing someone else is a sudden and unexplained shift in her routine. Whether it's staying late for work, taking extra time away from home, or adding mysterious errands to her schedule, these changes often signal she's making room for someone else in her life. The key here, no explanation or transparency. When you bring it up, she might say, I didn't know I needed to let you know I had to work late. Or, I'm a grown woman, sometimes I need my me time, my time with my girls. These excuses are designed to dismiss your concerns and shut down accountability. Here's the reality. Sudden changes in routine without clear communication is a major red flag. People naturally fall into a habit over time, and drastic shifts don't happen without reason. If she's making new commitments or spending more time away from home without discussing it with you, it's likely because she doesn't want you to know where she's going or who she's with. The lack of transparency opens the door for suspicion. For men, these unexplained changes feel like betrayal of trust. You're left questioning her honesty and the stability of the relationship. As protectors, it's impossible to ensure her safety or maintain accountability when her actions are unpredictable, even if her intentions are innocent. The lack of communication and transparency breeds suspicion. She's not in the mood anymore. It's not just a coincidence. A sudden lack of intimacy might be the loudest silent alarm she's seeing someone else. Lack of intimacy, withholding sex, or scheduling it like a chore can be a huge red flag. When a woman is getting her back blown out elsewhere, her interest in letting you hit it declines. She might become sexually exhausted, emotionally distant, or even start faking it when y'all do it just to keep you off her tail. And she'll
He said, see, what he never asks, who is she betraying you with? What might be happening in the relationship? None of these questions are answered. What's completely lacking here is the context. No discussion of stress, no mention of maybe she's depressed, no acknowledgement that emotional withdrawal happens on both sides. It's everything. The whole burden is put upon the woman. And this is the problem with modern men giving advice. It's always something she is doing wrong. She's never doing something wrong. She's never doing what she's doing because you did or didn't do something. It's always her burden to bear.
have plenty of excuses. You haven't been treating me right, or I just don't feel attractive lately. And some might even say, if you want it, you can initiate it. But these explanations often mask the deeper truth. It's another man giving her back shots. But here's the thing. Intimacy
Why ain't you asked her? Why haven't you been asking her? Why haven't you asked her what is going on? What's wrong?
requires genuine connection. If she's constantly not in the mood or treating sex like an obligation, it's worth asking why. Women who are bouncing from cock to cock will often schedule intimacy to avoid detection, ensuring there's enough time for her coochie to recover between body count. In some cases, she'll withhold entirely because the attention or hard pipe she's receiving elsewhere outweighs what she's getting at home. For men, this cuts deep. It leaves us feeling rejected, unappreciated, and questioning our self-worth. The awkwardness of trying to connect with someone who's potentially being sexually dominated by another man kills confidence and creates frustration. Many of us turn to alternatives, porn, emotional distance, or even stepping out ourselves, which only makes things worse. Meanwhile, she'll use this against us to manipulate the narrative, painting herself as the victim when she's been the one busting it open all along. Why is she snapping over simple questions? Excessive defensiveness and irritability could be her guilt talking louder than her words. When a woman becomes overly defensive or irritable, it's often a sign she's hiding something. Instead of answering simple questions calmly, she deflects, accuses, or lashes out, creating chaos to avoid accountability. This behavior signals rebellion against trust and transparency, making it impossible to build a healthy relationship. And you'll hear lines like, "Why are you questioning me? I don't question you," or "You always digging for something." Some might even turn it around on you. Maybe it's you who's doing the wrong thing. These reactions aren't about innocence. They're about avoiding exposure. Defensiveness signals guilt. When someone has nothing to hide, they don't explode over basic conversations. Instead, these overreactions highlight a lack of self-control and emotional maturity.
See, notice every explanation a woman might give is labeled as an excuse. That's intentional. Once you teach someone that explanations are lies, conversation becomes impossible to have between a man and a woman. All that is left is the suspicion. If you put all of these ideas in people's mind because they may come up with an excuse means they're lying, it's always going to be an issue in a relationship. It's always going to be an issue in a relationship. This is not about helping relationships survive. This is about training men to stop trusting women's word and start trusting in your fear instead of trusting in the relationship. And this right here is the reason why a lot of men cannot maintain relationships or don't feel a need to maintain relationships because they're being trained to fear instead of trained to trust women's word. It's wild.
A calm and respectful partner don't deflect, they engage. The constant irritability is just a mask for rebellion against the openness a real relationship requires. For men, this behavior makes it impossible to lead or communicate. Simple questions turn into battles. We're forced to suppress our emotions just to avoid another blow-up. Over time, this isolation becomes overwhelming, leaving us feeling unheard, unsupported, and emotionally drained. Eventually, we stop trying altogether, not because we don't care, but because she's made it clear that talking isn't worth the fight. If she's defending her friend's cheating, what does that say about her? Birds of a feather flock together. And loyalty to poor choices speaks volumes. When a woman protects her friend's infidelity and refuses to criticize their behavior, it's a red flag. Praising or staying silent about her friend's poor decisions shows a lack of integrity and accountability.
See, this is the kind of content that spreads because it gives simple answers to painful feelings. You feel disconnected, somebody must be responsible. Certainty feels better than complexity. I know that, but it doesn't make it true. Just because you say it doesn't make it true. Now we see the escalation in these claims. Self-improvement becomes suspicion. Independence becomes deception. Privacy becomes guilt. I don't want to talk about it becomes something else. At no point does he consider that women might improve their appearance or do things for themselves. The same way men are encouraged to level up, women often do their own thing too. I mean, this reframes the autonomy as betrayal. It seems as though if I want to improve myself and do my own thing, he's telling men that something must be wrong. If she doesn't include you in her every change, It's assumed she's hiding something. That's not a partnership. That's ownership talking. That's ownership thinking. And it really becomes dangerous when you feel like your sex is entitlement. When the sexual component is entitled. This is where his messaging becomes especially dangerous. A drop in intimacy or sex is framed as proof of infidelity. Sex is treated not as a shared emotional experience, but as a loyalty test. And this is why I had a hard time being on panels with people who kept saying, "You got to give me sex. That's a part of the relationship. I demand sex. You got to give me sex every time I ask for it." That framing pressures women to perform intimacy to avoid this suspicion, to avoid just this kind of backlash from a man, rather than to feel safe and connected, even if she has sex with you or not. This is the trap. If she wants space, she's cheating. If she explains, she's lying. If she gets defensive, she's guilty. There's no innocent response to be had. You don't want to hear what she has to say. You want to believe what you want to believe in your brain, in your mind.
Often, this silence isn't just about loyalty, it's about self preservation because calling her friend out might expose her own secrets. And she'll dismiss this with lines like, "It's not my relationship," or "People are going to do that." But let's be honest, staying quiet or supportive of bad behavior isn't neutrality, it's complicity. A woman who truly values integrity will hold her friends accountable. Women who stay close to promiscuous friends and avoid addressing their behaviors often do so because they share similar habits or fear being exposed themselves. It's not just about protecting a friend, it's about protecting their own image. Defending bad choices, especially cheating, shows a mindset that doesn't prioritize respect or loyalty in a relationship. For men, this behavior makes us question her value. A woman who tolerates or celebrates infidelity in her circle signals that she might lack the boundaries or loyalty needed for a healthy relationship. We feel like we're dating someone who condones betrayal, which makes it harder to trust her. It leaves us wondering if she's next in line and makes similar choices. Now, the jackpot question is, once you confirm this woman is busting it open, should you or should you not forgive her for throwing that ass? Well, your answer to this question is in this video. I'm gonna go watch it myself because I have a client who's dealing with this and need to brush up on my ideology. So
that's wild that these men on this internet have clients. You have clients and you're telling men who are trying to get into relationships, you're telling men this is how they're supposed to behave. Okay, so I'm going to say this because it's matters. If you consume enough content that tells you to expect betrayal, you will eventually create what you don't want. When every tired day, every quiet moment, every boundary that you have, every personal change is framed as a guilt, that trust eventually erodes and dies. Not because somebody cheated, but because suspicion replaces that communication that you're supposed to have with another human being. Real relationships are not built on surveilling the behavior of your mate. That's where trust is supposed to be. Relationships are built on trust and honesty and patience and the uncomfortable work of listening, even when the answers aren't what you want to hear. What you want, this dude right here wasn't guiding people on how to protect a relationship. This was a roadmap for how to emotionally isolate yourself as a man while blaming someone else for the collapse of your relationship. And here's the truth people don't like to say out loud. A partner who feels constantly accused will eventually stop trying to explain themselves or do good in the relationship. Not because they feel guilty, but because nothing they say will ever be good enough. If the only relationship advice somebody offers you is fear, because that's all I've heard on this internet. I ain't heard nothing but people and fear. I ain't heard nothing from men except fear. I don't want her to wear this. I don't want her to go here. I don't want her to do this. I don't want her to do that. If the only relationship advice somebody is offering you is fear and control and suspicion, you need to ask yourself, who benefits from that? Do you benefit from that? Is your relationship better by listening to these people who promote fear, who promote control, who promote suspicion? Because healthy love and relationships do not require paranoia to survive. At the end of the day, trust is not blind, but it isn't a courtroom to try a person every time they change up or switch up. And if you're taught to treat love like a crime scene or some kind of navigation tool every time, don't be surprised if they up and leave you. Don't be surprised. So I'm just listening to his content, trying to figure out what is he trying to tell men. And he seems to be one of these red pill guys too. So we're going to go on to his next video. This is his next video, because I wanted to see how he talked. I wanted to see how he expressed himself. Okay. What was he talking about? Was he interesting enough to finish the content? So this is before we get started with this guy. Okay. We're gonna be breaking down this video. What's the name of this video? Let me see. I forgot. Let me see. 10 most dangerous mistakes men make in relationships. And I'm gonna stop it because every time he says something crazy, just in case the tips, because this is wild. Okay. They build a whole picture of women and the way women react. This and like a worldview matters because it changes how people treat each other. It shapes what men expect from women. It shapes what women get blamed for. It shapes how conflict gets resolved. Okay. Some relationship advice is solid. Some of it is. And some of his may be too. You know, things like communication, conflict resolution, teamwork, boundaries, all that good stuff. But a lot of this stuff mixes useful points with suspicions and assumptions that women are the problem, that men are the leaders by default. These are fake things. These are fake assumptions. These 4 things. Women are the problem. The men are the leaders by default. That a woman's value is tied to her sexual past, and that control equals standards. Absolutely not. So here's how we're going to play the video. And whenever he named one of these damn mistakes, we're going to pause and we're going to find out, what is he asking? What is he implying? So let's get to it. Okay.
You should never make in a relationship. Now, a lot of men are currently making these mistakes, and I know they are because I speak to hundreds of men monthly, and sadly, most of them don't even know they're making these mistakes, which is why I took it upon myself to make sure my fellow man who finds this video can walk away fully aware so that they can make some critical changes I'm going to reveal and have a healthy relationship. First,
notice how he starts out. A lot of men make these mistakes. I talk to hundreds of men monthly. That's an authoritative term or tone of voice. Not necessarily wrong, but it sets the tone. Trust me, I seen it all. Now this mofo married. He married. Also notice this is aimed at men, but the mistakes are mostly about what kind of woman to accept, what women should do, and what women are like. That's important because advice can either build healthy relationships or it can build suspicion and resentment. Know the difference. By building, you either want to build a healthy relationship or you want to build suspicion, doubt, and resentment. Let's see which one he's trying to build.
First up, a lot of men settle for women who don't know the first thing about cooperation. Fellas, that's one of the biggest mistakes you can make in a relationship. Without teamwork, you're basically carrying the weight of the world on your shoulders, while she's just along for the ride. Relationships need joint discussions, support, and shared responsibility. If you're with someone who refuses to cooperate, you're setting yourself up for disaster, financially, emotionally, and romantically, and in every other way. Every relationship involves two people with different approaches and experiences. What cooperation does is bridge those differences, allowing both people to work in harmony despite their unique ways of handling situations. If she's not willing to meet you halfway, it's like trying to row a boat with one paddle. You're just gonna go in circles. And I know that was probably corny, but let me break it down for you. My wife and I were on a road trip one day, and out of nowhere the truck broke down, and we were stuck in the middle of nowhere in 95-degree heat. No shade, no gas station in sight. Now, I could have been stressed out, but here's the difference. I got a cooperative woman by my side, so I popped the hood, checked to see if it could fix the issue. While I was doing that, she popped the trunk, grabbed some water from the cooler, and said, "I'll call the insurance and get someone out here." That's cooperation. And after figuring out it was an electrical issue, my wife had already arranged for a tow truck, lined up a rental car, and we were back on the road like nothing ever happened. That's what teamwork looks like. Now, a woman who doesn't cooperate, she's sitting in the car scrolling through Instagram while you do everything. And I'm telling you right now, if you accept that, you're going to be alone when the real challenges hit. Cooperation is the key to any successful relationship. And without it, you just set yourself up for failure. So don't accept anything less than a woman who's willing to work with you, not against you. A relationship is about building life together. And if she can't cooperate when times get tough, she's not the one for you. The next day.
Okay. You don't want to be with somebody who refuses to participate, refuses to help, refuses to problem solve, and expects you to carry everything alone. That part, that's real. But here's the problem. He's using the word cooperate in a way that can quietly mean comply. And those are not the same thing. Healthy cooperation means teamwork, shared effort. Both people take responsibility. Both people get a voice. Unhealthy cooperation. Are you up here? Hey, okay, here we go. Hey, Triple.
Hey.
Unhealthy cooperation becomes do what I want my way, or you're not a good partner. Then he gives the road trip example. The car breaks down, she calls insurance, he checks the hood. That's teamwork. That's a good example. But then he contrasts it with she's scrolling through Instagram while you do everything. Again, could be real in some relationships, but the danger is what he doesn't say. Men can be non-cooperative too. Men can emotionally check out too. Men can weaponize incompetence too, and refuse to help at home in the house too. A lot of men do that. Refuse to communicate, refuse therapy, refuse parenting work. So the real takeaway should be balanced. Don't accept a partner who won't be a teammate for both sides. But teamwork is mutual, not gendered. And cooperation should never be code for submission. That's the problem right there. He's making it seem as though cooperation is submission. That's not going to work with modern day women. Now let's keep going. Hey, Triple X, what's happening?
Well, hello there. How are you? The HQ Connect is finally back. I see.
Yeah, I found Darwynn. Darwynn got a whole series of videos.
Yeah.
So I was like, let me start out with Darwynn and see what he do. And then every day I try to get a different content creator on their takeaway. But see, Darwynn's is very straightforward because he says 10 things, 5 things, X, Y. He's very forward.
Yeah. Yeah, look, I'll say this. I've listened to some of the things you said. I've seen Darwynn stuff before. A lot of these I've seen.
Oh, I've never seen these before. Ever.
Yeah. He had a channel for a minute. He got over 100K subs.
He ain't got no channel now?
No, I said Darwynn has a channel now. He has over 100,000 subscribers.
Okay.
Yeah. I'll say this: the man is supposed to default be the leader. Now, that's one thing that I truly believe. You know, maybe you have a different opinion of that or whatever, but I ask this: if a woman is not seeking a leader, what exactly is she seeking from this man?
I would say most women are not seeking a leader. Most women are seeking a partner. Most people are seeking a partner.
Yeah, and see, that right there would be my concern, because the thing is a woman's supposed to be a helpmeet. You know, like that's how I see it.
That's the question. That would be the question.
Yeah.
Who said where did we get that help me from? Out of the Bible.
From the Bible, yeah.
Most people don't follow the Bible, so that's not, they ain't doing that.
You know what's funny though? If you stop each black woman and set her down, most would say they are a believer in Jesus Christ. Most.
Yeah, we a lot of women believe in Jesus Christ.
Yeah,
they believe in.
Most would say they believe and they're a follower too.
They don't follow.
Most HQ. I've dated more black women than you. So
they lying.
Obviously, they lying. They are lying. No,
they believe in Jesus Christ. They believe in the Lord. They believe in the Bible. They believe in all that. But they don't.
If you believe and you're a follower, what are we talking about here?
No, what I'm saying is just because you believe in the Bible, don't mean you follow the Bible every day. Most people don't follow the Bible every day.
Well, here's the thing. If you're a believer and you profess the man, I mean you profess God, then you have to adhere to what his plan and his standards were. That's
telling you most people don't. I
understand. I get where you're going with that, and you're probably right. Most don't, but then they're lying, and that's where I would.
They be lying when they get on the panel. They be lying.
You should not lie. Like as an adult, I shouldn't lie. If a woman straight up stepped at me and was like, "Hey, blase speed, this, and this. Are you looking for this, and this, and this, and this?" If I say opposite of the truth, I'm a liar.
Right.
And that makes me no better than them. You know? And I don't argue that they lie often. Hey, I just met a few women over the last 3 weeks. All three are liars. You know, and I had good introductory convos with them. And all three turned out to be liars. I'm not surprised by that because, look, I'm not new to this. I'm true to this. But still, it's the fact that they did it. So you are, in fact, right. They are liars. But who's in the wrong if you're a liar?
I'm saying it's not a daily. It's not a daily, a constant thing that they do every day. It's maybe go to church every once in a while. I believe in God. I believe in Jesus. Blah blah blah. But I ain't no person.
But see, that's the thing. They're not saying that though. You are.
I'm just telling you the truth. I ain't gonna lie.
Right. So what you're saying, that's cool. But like, if a woman's gonna say something and they're gonna be dishonest about something, that right there automatically will put them in the wrong. If you're gonna openly be dishonest about something, just like if a chick asks me if I'm looking for something serious, and I'm like, yeah, knowing damn well I ain't on that type of time with her, I'm in the wrong. Right. Yeah.
I mean, that's why, you know, when you get on panels here, and it's always a litmus test. Are you a modern day woman or are you traditional? And do you believe in the Bible? You believe in da-da-da? These are always the litmus tests. And me personally, I always say hell no, because I'm not gonna be held to the standard of a traditional woman, and I'm not gonna be held to the standard of a woman.
But a man will be held to the standard of a traditional man.
Yeah, but that's that. What do you call
double
what do you call traditional? Just somebody who supports the household?
No, wait a minute. A man will be held to the standards of a traditional man. That's
So
just how things are gonna go.
And I'm asking you, what is tradition? You mean because he has enough money to support the household?
No, it's more than that.
So
it's
what
more
else?
than just it's gonna be providing. Now, in addition to the provisioning and providing, there's also protection and responsibility also. So in a responsibility falls. Hold on, because I'm telling you the traditional things. The protection and the responsibility is a large aspect of it. And that will be my responsibility. If we were the same age and we were married, I would be the responsible one. If someone crashes in there at 2 a.m. on something else, that's on me. How I'm gonna handle that. Right. If something happens, if something happens to the kids or whatever, that's on me to find out what's going on with that. I mean, of course, the woman will be tied in that to a degree. What's going on with that? I heard blase speed, man. You got to handle that. Woo, 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 woo. Heck, when it comes to the muscle aspect of things, that's going to be my responsibility. So, we got to be real.
But the woman's responsibility is the mental establishment.
I never said a woman didn't have any responsibility. I never said that, HQ.
So, but see, I know that. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
I'm saying we're having a conversation about the roles, because I feel like the relationship dynamic has gotten distorted to the point where we have men on the internet who dismiss the female's role in the relationship because he feels as though his role is more important. His role is
I won't get into that. I'll say the roles are just different. The roles are,
and that's my whole argument.
Yeah. I'm not getting into like one is a million times more important than all of that. I'm not here to do that, but I'll say
right. So I'm saying this is the narrative that we have gotten to the point where men feel like, or what is it called? People on here who give the advice as though men's role in the relationship is more important than the woman's, and that's not the case. Because 9 times out of 10, the woman is the caregiver, the person that remembers X, Y, and Z. Also, she's working, she's doing the same thing. So the provider role is minimized to that certain extent. I understand the protection and the provision. I get all that too. But the woman also has a role. I'm saying when you ask me, when you say something about a woman wants to be what did you say? A woman wants to be, no, you said protect. I forgot. Damn.
I said protection and responsibility.
It was before that. I forgot what you said. You said a woman wants the man to do the traditional role.
No. You said a woman should not, you as a woman, or a woman should not adhere to traditional roles of a woman. And
no. I didn't say that. What I said was,
you did.
What I said was I would never. I never said it. What I said was, when people ask me,
roll the tape back.
I said when people ask me whether I'm going to be traditional or modern or religious, I'm going to automatically say no, because I don't feel like a woman should have to say all of that.
HQ, you should roll the tape back.
Wait a minute, what did I say? What did I say?
A woman should not have to adhere to traditional.
Of course,
roles.
she should not.
Hold on, HQ. And then I countered that. That's why I said what I said. And what I said was, yet a man has to adhere to traditional roles. And you said, what do you mean? And then I explained to you those things, and those things will clearly be my responsibility. And if I slack off on that, I will be called out by other men.
Right. Yep. Okay. So now I get what I said. Okay. So now
men in your family and men in my family.
So now I get what I said. I did say women don't have to adhere to a traditional role. No, because most women are not traditional.
Oh, I agree. I agree with that.
It's a false thing. It's a false narrative.
In today's age, especially in regards to women of African American background, many have
women.
Hold on. No, that's not true. Wait. What you're saying is not true, and I can prove that, and I'm gonna tell you why.
No, you can't.
Yes, I can. Hold on. How you gonna tell me what I can't?
I know you can't.
And I know what
you trying to tell me about what women think, and I'm telling you what they think.
No. I'm gonna tell you about what I saw.
You talking about what you dated?
Hold on, HQ. Calm down. I never said I was a woman.
You ain't so you can't tell me what a woman thinks.
HQ. Listen, I'm not trying to tell you HQ. I'm not trying to tell you what women think. I'm telling you what I witnessed.
You telling me what women you dated?
Not
regular women, not regular ordinary women.
HQ. I work with a lot of Indian and Middle Eastern women, and I work with a lot of Indian and Middle Eastern men on my regular full-time tech job and part-time tech job. They are rampant in tech, especially Indians and Asians in general. I know these women. I know these guys. I have talks with these guys because all of these guys, I don't know a single guy over the 30 that those races that's gonna be not in something serious, you know. So I know what these women do. I've had talks with them, and I'm even cool with a few of the women. I've had brief talks with them. They are adhering, for the most part, to those traditional roles. Okay, and that's how that goes.
So what?
I know this for a fact.
So what kind of roles are the black women adhering to?
No,
they're not. They don't.
When
they get into relationships, they don't adhere to.
Hold on. I'm getting ready to tell you. I'm going to tell you, HQ. From what I've been a part of from dating these women, because I've been in relationships with these women. You haven't. You know, I've dated these women. You haven't. And I know a lot of these women that I'm just cool with. I'm going to tell you like this. Many are not. Some are. Some have been raised in that manner. They even had really good parents, both parents, and they were solid, or they was raised by grandparents and they were solid. But in a lot of those cases, it's also been many single moms. They were raised by. Hold on. I'm about to tell you why. I understand, but they're end result of those girls. Yeah, because there's been some of them that's had both parents and they haven't been traditional. Okay.
Yes, and then there have been some that have one parent and no parent, and they've been traditional.
Absolutely. It depends on the quality of the upbringing. Two parents does not guarantee a great upbringing, and one parent does not mean the upbringing won't be good.
That's correct.
Yeah.
So that's in all races.
But still, as a whole,
all races.
No.
That's in all races.
Listen, no race is 100%.
That's correct.
But my point is, and I'm telling you because I know enough of those other races, in that there aren't that many outliers in those other races. Because I'll ask those people about people in their family and their cousins and brothers and all that, and their situations are very similar to theirs, if not identical. So I have concluded that the people who are not like that in those races are outliers. And they do exist. So I would never come up here and tell you it's going to be 100% hunky-dory in another race, because that's never going to be the case.
All right.
But the people who are not are outliers in those races.
Wait a minute. I could say black men are. I could say, see, this is what it sounds like to me. You say black women X, Y, and Z. I could say black men aren't traditionally marriage minded. Black men don't want to get married. If you wanna compare them to white men and Hispanic men and Asian men, I would say you could say black men don't traditionally want to get married. So how is it that you can say
I would
that?
say this.
You can't wait a minute, hold on. I'll let you finish.
Yeah, go ahead, baby.
But you said black women because they're not raised in that household or X, Y, whatever the reason. We could say the same thing with black men. So, and we could say the same thing with every race. That it depends on the upbringing, it depends on your mindset, it depends on your mind frame.
Yeah, but
wanting to get married, not wanting to get married is not just a black woman thing or a white man thing or a black man thing.
The thing
is, black men are married less than any other race, so we can put the same, they don't want to get married attitude onto black men.
Many don't want to get married because what they got in front of them is not worth getting married to. And that's just what the truth is. And the reality is, I'm telling you from the male, hold on.
And I'm saying the same thing for the women. I'm saying the same thing on the women. Yeah, they don't like what they see in front of them, so they don't want to marry them.
Hold on. Men do the asking. In most cases, the women are not being asked. That's why the marriage rate is this low. Okay? The reality is, I'm going to tell you like this. Post 35.
So therefore, the men don't want to get married.
HQ, I'm going to tell you, baby, you got to let me get this. Post 35 years old, most men were in this race, and I've talked with them, and I've had extensive talk. Most men would not prefer to be single. Most would prefer to be in something serious. Most are not that great of players or that great with women like that. Most are not. I never said all, but most are not. You know, most will prefer to be in something serious. But the thing is, what a lot of women miss is that they come in the door or in the game not on the right foot. And then at that point, you put yourself at a disadvantage, unfortunately. So at that point,
I think the internet did
in most cases, it doesn't end up leading to anything of serious note once you come in the game like that. And I've witnessed that. And I've also talked with a lot of guys. I know a lot of guys and a lot of guys that are single, and they will echo those sentiments. So, I mean, it is what it is. The complaints are there for a reason, HQ. We could debate this for sure.
I mean, the complaints are on both sides. That's the problem.
HQ. I'm not saying the men have never done anything or never had or never contributed to any of this. I'm not saying that. That's not realistic.
No. I'm not saying that either. I'm saying these complaints have gotten so far off
somebody ultimately has to be the leader in the relationship, HQ, and it needs to be the man. Otherwise, it's going to create an imbalance. But you can't have two leaders.
You ever heard of Brownsville?
Yeah.
You heard Brownsville? Have you talked to Brownsville? You heard Brownsville talk?
I have not talked to him. I know where you're going with that, though.
No, have you heard him talk?
Yes.
Okay. So what do you think about what he says?
My opinion is what my opinion is, and it's not changing. And that's simply, there cannot be two leaders ultimately. You know, like there can't be, and the leader must be the man. I would encourage any man that the woman does not look up to you or not interested in you being the leader to abort that situation or not for anything serious. That's my take, and that opinion will never change. That's where I'm at with it. Now, should she be respected? Absolutely. Should she be revered? Absolutely. Should she be factored in important decisions and stuff like that? Absolutely. She should be utmost respected. But you should be the leader and the man in that situation. And I'm not going to tell a guy to adhere to anything else. Yeah, but she should definitely be respected, though. At HQ, I respect you. You know, I've always given you your props and respect for being a married woman and keeping your family together and not busting it up over nothing silly. And hey, and I'm sure, like, respect the fee, but I'm sure you aren't perfect. No guy is. I'm not. No. It is impossible for me to be perfect. No guy is. So, but you still stuck in there, and you did what was best for y'all and that family.
It wasn't difficult. It wasn't difficult. I don't understand why it's so difficult. I never understood why it was so difficult for people to get along with another human being. I just never found it very difficult.
Yeah,
I mean, he would, he'd get angry, he'd explode, he'd do, all of those things, but was never towards me because
I got you.
I never, did anything that was disrespectful.
Yeah.
As a wife, I never got into his face.
Right.
I never did that.
Right.
I was always. Are you willing to talk? Would you like to talk? Can I talk to you? Can I have a conversation with you? It was always me approaching the person in that way because I've always been respectful. I've always wanted to have respect and have people get respect. So. I was never the you gonna do what I said. I ain't doing it.
And a lot of women are like that. Look at these panels. Yeah. So if a lot of women are like that, that's kind of your answer as to why things aren't working. Because they're not respectful like you are. They're not people that want to be rational and honest and talk things out like you are. And I'll be willing to guarantee, number 3, when you met this guy, you didn't come in with your fangs out. You adhered, you were respectful, and you were honest about things, whether it was meeting up for dates, whatever this guy was asking, you were adhering to that, know? Yeah, and these women are not. Those are 3 things I've just listed that a lot of them are not doing. That's why they're running into the problems that they are. Why should a guy adhere and or continue to do something with that and they're not doing anything? If you're doing everything right, and it sounds like you were, if the guy's mature like he was, and I know he was a mature guy because, you kind of had your thing already going on, and then he had to step into that and step up to that responsibility or whatever. That takes a mature, and hold that together. That takes a mature guy to do that. Right. So, but it takes 2 mature people. And many of these women aren't mature. That's just what it is, HQ. It's immature guys out here too. But
I mean, you want to get along in a relationship where you want to get into a relationship where you feel that your opinion being actually listened to and your opinion is being respected. Because a lot of people aren't being respected, talked to respectfully.
Yep.
And I can't hear nothing after somebody call me a bitch. I can't hear nothing.
I agree with that. They should not. That I will give you that. That I'll give you. They should not be name calling or doing anything disrespectful toward the woman. I agree. If you're gonna have a conversation,
and the woman being disrespectful to the man, I can't. I was a man. I wouldn't be able to listen to that neither.
No, and we don't, and that causes a lot of issues. Like, look at Jazz on these panels, or look at a lot of these girls on this. Look at Tyranny. Like, what are we talking about, HQ?
What Jazz, Tyranny?
You know who these girls are? Tyranny used to come on this panel.
I'm just picturing them in my mind. I got a picture. So Jazz and Tyranny.
Yeah,
all the ones be on Fatty's panel.
Yeah, they be on Fatty panel, man.
That other one
Jazz
too.
Jazz is a rock. Who?
That other one that be on there too.
Tyranny?
She be hosting sometime.
You talking about Melanin?
Yeah, that one right there.
If you think Melanin is wrong, I ain't really. She been respectful of the men. I seen her tangle with some women before.
Yeah, you did.
But I ain't really seen her like crash out like them two.
So that's the thing. When you are willing to be disrespectful to anybody, that means your restraint is being held back by a very thick thread. Because if you're willing to be disrespectful to women, that means you're not afraid to be disrespectful to men either. because you're just, to me, I ain't even gonna get into it.
I'm gonna say this. I have not watched enough of Fatty's panel to draw a conclusion of melanin, but I've seen a lot of Tyranny and Jazz, because Jazz is on a lot of panels.
See, I haven't seen a lot of Jazz because I only seen her once or twice.
Yeah, she's on Anton a lot, and they've got into it a lot.
And she's
definitely a rah-rah girl. Yep. Yep, she's a rah-rah girl for sure.
Yeah. I mean, Tyranny can be.
Tyranny is, period. Like, it ain't no ifs, ands, or but. In fact, she's
very passionate.
She called me ugly. She called all the men on the panel ugly. Now, and nobody even said nothing about her like that. So I don't want to hear no defense of no damn Tyranny now.
No, I ain't making no defense. I love me some Tyranny.
You can love her.
I love her because
disrespectful self, and if she thinks she's a gorgeous girl, she's more than welcome to think that. I'm not gonna get into that, but in
the realm of this is what I'd rather have. I'd rather have honest content than to have people who hide themselves behind the bullshit.
She can be honest if she wants, but she's still a rude, disrespectful chick, and that's my take.
And I get that. I get that.
Yeah. So it confirms what I said.
I still respect the honesty from people.
She can be honest.
Even if it's disrespectful and rude, I still respect the honesty.
But that's a prime example of what a guy that's got himself together wouldn't want to mess with chicks like that. And that's where I'm going with it.
These people on the panel are different. And probably in real life, you never know what these people can be like in real life. The
fact that she's doing that at all on the internet is a no. Okay, because I know she's.
So you honestly think all of these mild, meek-mannered women that be on the panel, this is the way they act?
No, I think these women at times, if they're pushed or provoked, I think anybody can show their fangs. I think you can show your fangs. I can show my fangs. Anybody can, but. Also, when I just see people that's just willy-nilly doing that would be a concern for me. Okay? That's my take.
I mean, because I very rarely watch relationship panels, because it's always, we always going around and around, and I don't like that round and around.
Yeah, you're right, and I get that. So, and you probably got more relationship one-on-one than all of them, because I mean, I
just learned very early to conflict resolution.
Were you taught that at home when you were young?
My mom and dad were the couple that conversation. We're gonna have a conversation, and let's have a conversation. Let's sit around the table and we have a conversation.
Yeah,
they were never mean or cruel to each other. My father used to crack jokes on my mom all the time, and blah.
That's jokes.
Yeah,
that's just having fun. That's different. Jokes and having fun is different. Like, and then being disrespectful or saying something way is different too.
I never saw that.
Jokes are fine.
Right.
Jokes are fine. And I don't mind that at all, as long as it's not a person. And I had to get rid of a guy I knew a very long time where everything is a joke.
Oh wow,
everything's a joke, and it's like, okay, you're using joking as a shield to be disrespectful. So I had to get him up out the paint, and he wasn't expecting it either.
Right,
but he got what was coming to him because he couldn't stop. And there was a lot of things like serious stuff. And he'd be joking about it and the shit just happened. And it's like, you don't joke about that. Like, and I've seen serious stuff happen with them because I know it a real long time. And I would never joke about that, So I'm like, I'm gonna get you up out the paint. Yep.
Yeah.
Sometimes, I'm gonna get you out the paint. I'm gonna get you out the game. They're gonna get you ejected. Yeah. Because
I never ran across that. I never ran across the fighting. I never really, I saw arguments and I don't think you should go that way. You should go that way. I saw those things, but I've never, my mother and father never, he never swung on her. She never swung. I mean, she might throw a towel at him. She might throw a towel at him. She might something like that. But they never fought. My brother and his wife never fought. My other brother and his wife never fought. I just never saw fighting and arguing and all of that, right? So I learned very early, okay, what we're going to do is we're going to talk and we're going to try to express ourselves. But my husband, but make no mistake, Fee did not come from that type of family. Fee came from a dysfunctional family.
Sure. Okay. Some people are. Yep.
Yes.
Some people
so
are.
He came from
I know a lot of people come from dysfunctional family.
Right.
A lot of my people in my family, outside of my immediate family, a lot of their families was dysfunctional. It was very different from mine. So, right. But the question is, it comes down to this, HQ. Once they become grown, they're not in that situation no more. What do they want? You know? Right. Yeah.
But some people are. Some people just fall into that toxic kind of relationship. And I had to, being married, I had to not necessarily train Fee, but he had to learn what my boundaries were. He had to learn that
we all got to learn what each other's boundaries are.
Right.
We all got to learn that now.
And he learned that I don't respond to screaming and I don't respond to that. And I don't respond to it. I just don't.
Right.
I leave the room. The minute I hear you screeching is the minute I look at you like, no, something is wrong, and then I leave. And then many times Fee would be like, where are you going? What's going on? I'm talking to you. And I'm like, I just don't engage.
You don't want to do all that. I got you.
I'm not doing that. And so that's one thing he had to learn, that even though that was something that functioned in his house, we couldn't have it in my house because I wasn't going to respond in that way.
Right? I got you. Yeah. No, I'm with that 100%. And we all got to learn each other's boundaries, and certain people don't react to that, and he learned that, if he wants to be with you, he ain't gonna be able to do that.
So do you think that women are able to? So why is it that we make it seem?
No, to answer your question, I would say for most, no. And I can speak from dating them, no. Because when I've outlined things to not do, and I say, hey, and we're talking about a fair ask here too. I'm not saying give me $10,000 to go run and jump over my car. That's not realistic, But I'm like, hey, baby, you got to be honest. You can't do that, or don't do that. You left me hang. Don't do that again. And they'll continuously do it. It seemed almost like a challenge. Like you tell me not to do this, and I'm gonna do this anyway. Or they've been playing this game a long time this way. They like, forget. So I would say no. For the most part, no.
Okay.
Yep. Okay. That's just what it is for the most part.
So what you're saying is men and women don't change.
In most cases, I think not. In most cases. I think if it's something small, it's possible. But I say this, HQ, it comes down to how bad they want to be with you. For Fee, maybe you was the finest thing on two legs, and he really wanted to be with you. Yeah. So he was willing to make some concessions. Right. I don't have a Sade lookalike in front of me. I don't have Megan Good looking like. I don't have a Bernice Burgos looking like in front of me. But if I did, I'm sure I'd be flexible. Now, the respect, though, is a thing I can't really move on, though.
Right.
Yeah, I can't move on the respect thing because the relationship just ain't going to work if I do that.
Right. I mean, because no relationship can work when the respect is out the window. If the respect is out the window, you should immediately, the minute disrespect enters the room is the minute you should walk out the room.
Yeah, you got to go. The only way to fix that situation is you can check somebody and let them know this, that, and other, whatever. But ultimately, if they don't adhere to it, you have to exit the situation. That's the only way to solve it is to exit the situation.
And don't turn around. Because when you turn around, then they got you. yeah, you'll accept this disrespect all the way up into this area, and then once the disrespect is there, they'll move the goalposts again and again and again. That's why I don't understand sometimes I say I don't understand the person who get cussed out, or the person who gets slapped, or the person who gets disrespected by just there's different levels of disrespect. That's all I'm gonna say. Different levels of it. And some people take small.
Go ahead.
Some people take small, and then they're incremental, and then all of a sudden you got a big betrayal, and then they're looking at you like, well, you accepted all this other little shit. Then no. That's why cheating for me, when a person says they're gonna cheat because they can't help it, or a man cheats because he can't help it, I can't let that initial disrespect go.
No, I agree with HQ. Yeah, you're right on that. I think I've told you right on that before, but that I agree with. Again, if a man has agreed to a situation, I've said this several times,
right?
And he does not continue to adhere to those standards, and he's agreed that, hey, this is a monogamous one-on-one relationship. If he does anything other, he's doing dirt. He's in the wrong, and he's in fact doing dirt. I agree with that wholeheartedly, HQ.
Yes, because even in a man who accepts a woman staying out at night, a man who accepts telling a woman telling him he ain't no good, you a dirty dog. No, you know what I'm saying?
No, you're right.
Once you let it go, that one time you done opened up the door, and then they gonna do it again. Because it just happens. Yeah. And because we humans.
Yeah.
You let me get away with it one time, but if you stop it right there at the door, we ain't finna deal with this, and I ain't finna deal with you. X, Y,
Yep.
I mean, because I was talking to this one guy the other day, and he liked this woman. Him and her got along. They got into a fight, and they got into a fight.
Yeah.
And then he was like, I don't know whether I can go back, blah, blah, blah. I was like, only you can say whether you can go back if the disrespect is there, blah, blah, blah.
Yeah.
He said, when it's good, it's good. When everything is good, everything is good. Sex is on par, blah, blah, blah.
Yeah.
He said, but when it's bad, it's bad. He said, and right now it's bad, and I'm still not whether I want to go back or not. Just give me some advice. So I gave him some advice.
Okay.
I looked up, and he was back with her.
Okay.
And I was like, okay, he didn't tell me nothing. So he didn't tell me yes or no. So I didn't know what was going on.
Yeah.
Then all of a sudden, a couple weeks later, they wasn't together no more. And then I was like, what happened? And then I went up to him and I said, hey, how are you and X, Y, and Z doing? He said, don't ever mention her name again.
Yeah. You know,
and they ain't been back together since, and I think it's been a good year.
No, I hear that. Yeah, dang, that's wild.
I was like, you was all in love with her. You was crazy about her, blah, blah, blah. What the hell happened within a couple weeks? What the hell happened? She did something. She pulled a gun on him.
What?
Yeah, I know. I don't know. It's something.
Go ahead.
You know what? I want to ask her. I see him. I will see him tomorrow. He's a contractor. I will see him tomorrow, and I'm going to ask him, what the hell, I'm going to say, now that it's been months since y'all been together, can you tell me what happened between you and her? Because he came to me. Do you think I have enough room to ask him what happened? Because he came to me for advice 2 times. Do you think I have room enough to go and ask him what happened to him and her?
Only because normally I would say no, stay out of that man's business, but only because he came to you twice about this.
Yeah,
I would say it would be okay to just say, hey, you broke up with baby girl. What's going on? Everything cool with that? And then see where he goes from that. You know,
right.
If he's open to wanting to talk about it, then I would say you cool. You ain't in the wrong because just because he came at you with it, you know.
I think she pulled a gun on him.
Did he tell you that, or you heard that, or what?
No. I'm just saying whatever it was that went down between them was so bad that when somebody asked him about her, he damn near snapped their head off. Don't ask me about that mother. Don't ask me about that mother effing blah blah blah.
Yeah.
And the other person told me and said, "Do you know what he said to me when I asked him about his girlfriend? He said, don't ever talk about that so and so." And I was like, "Wow, what did this woman do? What did she do to you?" So I'm assuming she pulled a gun. She either beat the living shit out of him. They got into a big gigantic fight, and he had to call the police. Or maybe stole some shit from him, but she did something that was major, right? And you know, the whole point is people get into relationships and they think they know a person, but they always get involved sexually. They get involved sexually. They don't get to know the person, their background. Are you taking medication? I need to know that. Have you been in a psych ward? I need to know that. What is your family background? I need to know whether any of them are on the cuckoo train. You know what I'm saying? People fail. They fail to do the investigation in relationships, and then the relationships end up fucked up.
Yeah. No, I agree. This is the thing. I'll be willing to bet that girl was very attractive and her sex was the bomb. Like, that's how it always is with these girls. Like, I've never seen it where I've had trouble with these girls, and that wasn't the case. You know, that's why they just keep getting chances. And like, they don't correct themselves, or if they do, is when they're much older. Because the reality is, they already know they're going to get another shot. You know, it's like telling the job, F you, and you know for a fact, in less than a month, you're going to have another equivalent or better paying job. Yeah, for like 100%. Like, all she need to do is go throw on that pencil dress, throw on some makeup, and go anywhere. And she go out 3 days, she going to come back with at least 4 numbers.
Yeah. That's the kind
I mean, there's nothing. There's nothing you can do to combat an attractive woman's bad behavior in her youth. There's nothing a man can do to combat that. If she wants to, she wants to maximize that. There's nothing you can do. If she has bad behavior traits, and if she's single and she looks that good and all of that, the bad traits are gonna come out pretty quick. And she's basically she's basically gonna tell you to kiss her ass in low key. And there's nothing you can do. There's the only thing you can do is leave. There's nothing you can do. I encounter this probably several times a year, HQ. I meet a lot of women. And you try to link up with them, or you spend some time with them, and you're like, man, this girl, she's flaky. She's not an honest girl. Like, I'm seeing some bad traits out of her. And I'm like, she's in her 30s, you know? And it's like, well, that's why she's not with anybody, And the reality is, a woman like that, especially if the looks is looking like that, she could be with a high-end professional guy, a high-end dope dealer. She could be with a guy with some money, or a working class guy. She'd be with any of those guys, and she just don't want to do right. So
she don't want to be right. Let's finish. Let's listen to his 10 things. It ain't that long. Let's
go ahead,
listen.
Dangerous mistake men are
constantly I want to get rid of this video. I want to get done with this video because I want to do two every day to get his content, get whatever these little content videos are, and find out whether people like these or not.
And it's overlooking the fact that a woman is unimpressionable. One of the biggest mistakes men make is committing to a woman who is unimpressionable. And I get it. Times aren't like they used to be. Women today come into relationships with a history, sexual preferences, deal breakers, and needs that have already been shaped by other men. And the more dudes she been with, the less impressionable she becomes. So why is this a problem? Well, back in the day, a woman will go straight from her father's household to her husband's. She was young, untouched by other men, and most impressionable during that time. Today, it's a whole different ballgame. Young women are already building sexual preferences and emotional attachments before they even leave high school. So when a woman has had multiple experiences with other men, she's already been shaped by them. She can't be reshaped by you. And that's a huge red flag for long-term commitment. So let's talk about how you can tell if a woman is unimpressive. If she's constantly telling you to be more romantic, more aggressive, or more this, more that, what she's really saying is, I've been imprinted by other men, and I expect you to measure up to them. She's been with men who set a certain standard, and now she's stuck on those levels. She can't adjust to who you are. So she's trying to get you to adjust to her expectations. That's not cooperation. That's manipulation. You're the one been into her past, not the other way around. So what's the alternative? The more men she's been with, the less impressionable she is. And that makes it harder for you to form a unique bond. You end up competing with ghosts from her past. If you don't.
That's gonna be the downfall. That's gonna be the downfall of the black community right there.
What I just said, he just said the same thing.
This is gonna be the downfall. No, I'm not saying the downfall of women. I'm saying this is going to be the downfall of the men. We don't. Do you have these conversations? Do white men have these conversations about her past like this?
Oh, you're asking? Do white men? Yeah, it matters. The white men. Yeah, a woman.
Do they have? I ain't seen no conversation.
Have you watched Rollo Tomasi before?
No, not regular red pill. I'm talking about not red pill man. I'm talking about regular men.
Yeah, you're asking about white men.
I'm saying regular white men. I've never heard this conversation.
Yeah, and her past matters to regular white men. It matters to everybody's HQ, every guy. Nobody wants to.
No, I'm saying this is why we're gonna have a problem. Because if I come to the table, if I come to a relationship and I got 5 lovers or 6 lovers or whatever, that's going to be a problem if that's going to be a problem for black men, or that if that's going to be a problem, even though there might be a reason for X, Y, and Z, if that's going to be a problem, it's always going to be a problem, and it's always going to be something that women are definitely not going to disclose, because most women don't disclose that. Okay, men.
Why? They got something to hide.
Here's my question. Why do black men care more about how many bodies I done had than whether I got a daddy or not?
They first of all men care. So what you're saying is not true.
No, I'm saying, why do you care more about my body count than you do whether I got a daddy in the house or not?
They're equally important to me. But here's the thing, and one of the reasons is, just because you don't have a daddy don't mean I'm going to disqualify you. You could be raised by a single mom, but that mom could have been really solid. You could have had good grandparents, and you could still be a solid chick.
5 lovers don't mean I'm a hoe.
I'm not. Who said 5 lovers was a deal breaker?
I'm just saying.
Okay. No, 50 lovers is a deal breaker. 50.
Most women ain't got 50 lovers though.
No. We know, but there are several that do. You know, there are several that do. I don't know if I would say the bulk does, but there are several that do. Okay.
That's a small minority. Why are we basing our?
I don't know if I would say that, HQ.
Ain't no women. You ask any woman on these panels, ain't none of them gonna
come out here. They ain't gonna say they got that.
50
but
numbers,
if they've been dating
most of them ain't even. No, I don't believe that at all.
HQ, what you gotta realize, unlike with men, many women, 6 out of 10 women can get with 9 out of 10 guys. And
but that don't mean you sleep with them, though.
Right. That's my point. So a lot of these women are getting with guys they sexually desire, and they're not in nothing serious. So what do you think happened to their body count? It's going up.
But it don't mean it's up to 50. 6.
I'm not saying. I never said they are.
I'm saying 6 is probably a good number.
Hey, girl, HQ, if you don't stop it.
6 is probably a good number.
What do you mean? Okay, let me ask you a question. If the woman is single at 30, you think her body count is only 6? I'm asking you. Like, I'm gonna give you the whole. Wait. Let me say this. The last 3 chicks I met, from the middle of December to now, I met 3 women, right? Mm-hmm. Ages was 31, 32, and 33. Mm-hmm. Okay. Do you think their body count is at 6? Now, two of these girls I met had one kid. The other one didn't have no kids. Now, what do you think? Do you think their body counts at 6?
Yeah, I would assume at least 1 or 2 of them had a body count that was at 6, and maybe not even at 6.
Yeah, nah, I
wouldn't assume all 3 of them would have a high body count. I wouldn't assume that.
HQ, let me tell you how this works. Unless it's a scenario, and we had this conversation before. It was me, you, Black America, and it was like a really long Saturday night, and we talked about this overnight. Mm-hmm. This the thing. If it's a scenario, unless it's a scenario where they've had 2 or 3 very, very long-term relationships, and then I will give them the grace and assume they weren't cheating. Okay? Mm-hmm. And they're like, hey, I got a relationship with my first boyfriend at 19. We was together at 23. It didn't work out. He didn't want to get married, this, that, and other. I was single for a year, and then I got with another guy. If it's a scenario like that, I can see it being like 5 or 6. Most women I meet, it's not like that. Or if they have had a long-term relationship, it was only 1. And then the other ones, it was kind of quick, but they were single in between that. They're still meeting guys. Mm-hmm. And like I discussed, in a lot of cases, they can get with guys that's generally out of the ordinary of them dealing with, on a sexual front.
But see, you're under the impression
you think it's only 5 or 6 guys?
Come on. But you're saying just because I could have sex, I'm going to have sex. Of course. That don't mean you are going to have sex just because you can.
No, here's the thing. I don't think any of those women that have been single for a long time are going that whole route without having any sex. That's what I think. So there's no way. And if they've been single for
but there's nothing wrong with that because men have sex.
No, it is fine for them to do it. I just don't think the bulk are doing that. That's my opinion.
No, okay? The bulk don't have that many lovers. You have a lot. You have some outliers that have lovers. The bulk of them don't have love. If I'm 35, it's not unreasonable for me to have had at least 10 lovers. That's not unreasonable.
Well,
that don't make me a hoe because I done had 10 lovers.
You're saying 2 different things now. Okay.
No, I'm not. No,
yes,
I'm
you
not.
are. Yes, you are.
I'm saying
2 different things.
I'm saying somebody that's 35 years old. It's not unusual, and this is it's as clear as I can say it. Somebody that's 35, I wouldn't expect you to say I only got 1 lover. I expect you to say that you got more than one. You've had more than 1 lover, and there's nothing weird about that. People expect somebody that's 30 to maybe have 1 lover. Most people may have 1 or 2 lovers, but I wouldn't.
You're confirming what I said. Me and Black.
Yeah, but now you're making it sound as though 10 is an oddity for the age of 35. 10 is not an oddity for the age of 35.
I didn't say 35. I said a woman that has ascended to the age of being older than 30 years old. This is what I'm saying. If she's ascended to the age of being post 30, and with the exception of maybe 1 really long-term boyfriend, and she's been single a lot, her body count is higher than 5 or 6 in most cases. Okay. Now, is it women out there that have lower body counts? Yeah, for sure. It is women that are potentially that age that have low body counts. They may have been raised really well. They're very good at vetting. They're very good at drawing things out and saying, hey, I got to see more. There are women like that do fit that. But I don't know if it's the bulk of women. That's what I'm saying. Yeah, that's where I'm at with it.
And I'm saying,
and then a lot of these girls got kids too, HQ. So
yeah, but I don't
like for sure. You're like, come on, there's no way it's like.
I mean, I could never say how many lovers a person with X, Y, and Z. I'm just saying a person that has that's a certain age, I wouldn't put it past them to have more than X, Y, and Z when it comes to lovers. That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying. Hold on, let me finish. Let me play the video.
Go ahead, baby. Go ahead.
You don't recognize this early, you'll find yourself in a situation where you're always trying to meet her standard, and she's never satisfied with who you really are. Now, what you can do is find a woman who is impressive, someone who can connect with you and grow with you, not someone who's trying to make you fit into the mold that other men left behind. This is arguably one of the most fundamental qualities of a successful long-term relationship. Never overlook it. Next mistake, accepting a woman who doesn't compromise. Here's the truth. A woman who refuses to compromise is a deal breaker for any man looking for a long-term relationship. Compromise is one of the most valuable qualities a woman can bring to a relationship because it shows she's willing to submit to the leadership of her man. Without this, you're setting yourself up for constant conflict. Now, why is this important? A woman who compromises.
You want cooperation, then you all need to stop saying submit. You better stop saying submit, because if men continue to say submit, they're gonna continue to be ass out with these women. If you continue to say that, because most women, white, black, Hispanic, whatever, ain't trying to hear that language. That language is
comes down to how much she likes the guy.
The language is kind of great. No, she's just pretending. Modern women are pretending.
How much she likes the guy.
The modern women are pretending.
Hey, so I'm gonna tell you like this: as long as she's indifferent about a woman, indifferent about a guy, and she can take or leave it, you doggone right. Every single thing you do, you're gonna have to walk a tightrope with this woman.
You always gonna have to do that.
No.
You know why y'all always gonna have to do it? Is because men.
If a woman is into you heavy like that, there will be no tightrope to walk. Hey, HQ, well, let me ask you a question.
There ain't no women like that.
Why is it women? Well, no, let me ask this then. If it ain't like that, let me ask this. Why is it women that keep calling and trying to get in contact with me months later? Why haven't they moved on and just got replacement guys and moved on to something better? Why are they still reaching out?
Because she ain't found nothing better.
Well, I got women I've known for years that I know for a fact if I hit them up, it's gonna be on. Now that's not bragging or nothing like that, right. But I think I don't think many guys have really been with a woman that's had genuine desire like that. And I've been indifferent because it's not really anything I'm super interested in like that. Mm-hmm. But the point is that level of cooperation is there.
You can't help it. The level of
that level of cooperation is there if I wanted to mess with it. Okay, I don't want to mess with it, but I'm just saying.
Let me give you the game. Let me give you a little.
Go ahead, give it up, because they could have moved on.
The little bit of game.
Go ahead.
Little bit of game. Men always fall for women quicker than women fall for men.
I agree with that.
And she can sniff that out. A woman can sniff that out.
Yeah.
And that's when that we go in. And if she really likes you, she gonna go into that scavenger mode where she gonna try to pull you in, do everything you want. She thinks you want her to do. She's gonna put that whole thing on. That whole script. It's not a script. It's more of, I know I can do this and be happy, and he's going to be happy if I do this. So right. It's always going. It's 9 times out of 10, the man is going to fall first before the woman, and she's in
most cases that's true. I agree with that.
So a small portion might be sitting there waiting by the phone, but not a lot.
Here's the thing. I don't disagree with that. Nothing you said, HQ. In most cases, it is the guy that ends up doing the chasing and have his tongue hanging out or whatever.
Right.
But it ain't gonna be like that in every scenario. You know, it's gonna be scenarios where the chick has punched way above her weight of the type of guy that she messing with.
And then he gonna drag her. So
no, it ain't. It's not about that. I didn't drag those girls.
Men are not going to chase women that they're not attracted. They're not going to let a woman who's unattractive grab them.
Well, hold on. Sometimes
men
you go
are
out. Yeah, this the thing though, HQ. Sometimes it could be a scenario where her looks is middle of the road, but maybe she's a cool chick. She's cooperating. She may get a little attention that way. It just probably ain't gonna be for the long term. So if she gets it, that's where I'm going with this. Okay. So I mean, like you can't say that doesn't exist because it certainly exists.
No, I'm not saying that it doesn't. What I'm saying is most men are not going to settle for somebody that don't turn them on. And you
I didn't say
the
man would. I never said he would settle. But the point is, the situation is what it is.
And because he's doing the chasing, and because he's going to chase what he wants, he's going to fall first. And
I'll say this. The thing about that is, I can't speak for other men. I only could talk about what I would do. And a lot of guys do get roughed up. That's I won't argue that. And in most cases, it's the guy chasing the woman. I don't argue that. But the point is, at least for me, I need to see a certain amount of effort from a chick. You know, no matter how much I like her, how hot she is, or whatever else she got going on.
And when you say effort, what do you mean effort?
I could do.
Effort. What do you mean effort?
Well, I have to see that this woman is into me too. You know, by her putting in the effort, calling, she's sending some text. She's eventually, maybe not initially, but eventually she's inviting me out, wanting to come cook, etc., etc. I have to see some things from her, you know, eventually. And I have to see them relatively early on. You know, it can't just be all about her. No matter how much I'm into her, I still have to see stuff from her. Right.
So you still have to get that one-on-one. She got to let me know that she's interested in what I'm doing and what my feelings are. I get all that.
Yeah. And a lot of guys, they don't get that because it just ends up being about the girl. And they get what they get. You know, she still has to like you. You know, we can go back and forth about who likes who more and all of that. But you don't get with a girl that don't like you.
Yeah, you don't get with a girl who don't like you. So,
and a lot of guys do, and that's why the divorce rate is at 50%. That's one of the reasons. There's many reasons, but it's one of them.
Yeah.
Just knows how to be led. She trusts her man's judgment and understands that sometimes it's in the best interest of the relationship to shift her position. But here's the thing. This only works if the man knows how to lead. If you can't clearly communicate why her compromise is necessary or in the best interest of both of you, she's not going to budge. And when that happens, you're left with two options. Either you give in or you end up fighting every time a decision has to be made. And that's not a healthy dynamic because I've seen this play out time and time again with men who think it's okay to keep compromising just to keep the peace. Sure, in some situations, a man might need to compromise. There's no doubt about that. But when it becomes a habit, it's a sign of weakness. And the respect she has for you will start to fade. A woman needs to see that you can stand firm on your values and your decisions, especially when they're just and righteous. Because
So men don't feel that same way, or is it a different thing for men? Every time I give in to you, you respect me more when I give in to you, as opposed to you standing up for my values. So you respect me more when I give in, and I respect you more when you stand on yours.
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, because if I say things and I don't stand on it, ultimately a woman will lose respect. You know? If I tell you I'm going to do X, Y, Z, blase split, and then I have a track record of not doing that, being a man of my word, why should you respect me, HQ?
Yeah, but why would you respect me if I give in to you every time you turn around and I don't have no fight in me, or I don't have any kind of fight for what I think and feel and believe?
Well, here's the thing. It ain't about so much you giving in. I'll say this. Maybe he didn't articulate that the best way, but where he's hinting at and what he's getting at is the woman being flexible, you know? Her being flexible in things, you know?
His leadership is defined as he gets to decide if I qualify, and that's not leadership. That's being dominant. That's being a dominant partner. And the whole
HQ really. No, this is where the trolling comes in. Look at that smile you got. It's a definite smile.
Let me finish. Darwynn know he be articulating.
Hey,
really, I see why he
Do you like the guy or what? I mean, just his content and stuff.
I like the way he presents his content. Yeah.
HQ, can you give us the name of a guy you do like for real?
I mean,
it's concerning me, man.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm just not. They sound okay.
Because you know what?
It's when you're not flexible. It's not when you're not flexible. When you're not flexible stuff.
It's starting to give vibes of my late aunt, rest in peace. But it just cooperation was never going to be on the table. She said not even for. She was like, there is no dream guy. She don't care how much money he get, how good he look, how cooperative. It ain't happening. Right now, you starting to get in that zone.
No, I know how to. I'm a cooperative person.
I'm just saying. No, I'm not saying you're not. But I'm saying it's starting to get vibes of that. Because she straight out said it several times, and me and other family was just looking like, whoa. She said it verbatim. We knew that's how she was, but she flat out said it.
Happening.
Like, I don't care what he look like, what he got, and what he talking about giving to me. Cooperation is not happening. Okay.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, ain't about to be no cooperation, buddy. Yeah, like I don't care.
Just imagine being married to a woman and she say
she was married before. And they used to fight like cats and dogs.
See, no.
She was married, man. She's something else. She was something else. But I respect her honesty and her misandry though.
Right.
I respect it because she was honest about it and she did not hold back. And she didn't play games about it. So HQ, I have to respect it. I respect David Duke. He's a devout racist and a former KKK Grand Wizard, but he's straightforward about his bigotry.
Right.
He does not play.
That's why I said to you when it came to tyranny, I said I respect it. At least you're gonna be straight up and honest, and you're gonna be disrespectful.
Yeah, I respect her honesty. I respect it.
You gotta respect it. I just don't like people who got an agenda behind the talking points, because I know most women who get on these panels are not as submissive and not as meek and not as traditional as they're trying to pretend to be. It's a facade, because that's not how they act in the house when they with a man. That's not how they act. They acting for to be on here, and it's inauthentic. That's the only thing I'm saying. All I'm saying.
HQ, this is why I love these panels, man. And then you stop having them. Come on, HQ. What's wrong with you, girl?
I'm trying to get into them. I'm trying to get back to it.
You got to put them on the regular channel. That's why the guys ain't came up here. They didn't get the notification.
Well, see, the regular channel is like the political channel.
You might as well. This is the thing. This is the thing. You could keep doing I can't tell you how to run your channel. I could just offer my take, though.
Right.
You could keep doing your political stuff. I'm not telling you you can't do that. It's your channel. You get to do what you want. But you have the biggest audience. Here's the thing. When you do the relationship stuff on a regular channel, just don't shoot it in vertical mode. That pull in all of the outsiders. Just do it in the regular mode. Therefore, all your regular people, Zeus, Black America, Ty Pro, all of the regulars, they'll get it. And you were starting to get more regular people that was coming around, Yeah,
I have regular people in regular chat.
Yeah, don't shoot it in vertical mode, because you're not going to make a lot of relationship videos anyway no more, like you used to. So, just, but put it on the main channel, because the people not over here, like if you look in the chat, like they're not.
No, I'm just building straight from scratch. This is a build straight from scratch. This is what this is. The romantic channel. This is because I wanted to make the distinction. Both channels. Because if I make the distinction, I know what I'm doing over there and what I'm doing over here. At one time, I was doing both of them at the same time, and I can't monetize this channel doing that kind of content, and it's over there doing that kind of content. So I said, okay, I got to separate the contents and do the romantic thing over here, the relationship thing over here.
I guess the only problem is HQ is it started out over there. So that's kind of the thing. I think if you'd have started them both at the same time from scratch and done that, then that I could see that. But again, it's your choice. I can't say what you should do. Or I say this: go back to the old channel and start advertising this channel on that channel.
Yeah, I got to figure out how to do that.
Yeah, you might want to do that so they can come over here and maybe you can build it from there. And then you can have two channels, but. Most people, even though you got the subs on this channel, since the channel has been kind of inactive, that's why it's like not a lot of people, because it'd be nothing for us to be talking and it'd be like 6 people on a panel, 30 people in the chat. Yeah.
Right. I'm gonna just start advertising over there, but I'm still. Oh, Ashley told me. Ashley over there. Ashley.
Oh, Ashley Dalton.
Yeah. She said to me, you have to go live every day for at least 30 days before you pick up on subs. Before you pick up on, she said go live every day on the channel. Even if you go for an hour, you go live on every channel that you got. Just go live.
Okay.
And so that's what I'm trying to do. Go live on the channel. So that's what I'm doing.
Okay.
I mean, it was good advice. It was good advice, so I took it. And I was like, she would know, right? She would know.
Yeah. I mean, she got a channel, is making waves. I say this, just advertise this channel over there. Then.
Yeah, I got to figure out how to advertise.
Make a short video or something and say, hey, we still doing it or whatever. So the people who was rocking with it.
That's exactly what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna start advertising the channel over there, and advertising. Well, I'm gonna start advertising over there, and then start doing shorts over here. Also, shorts over here. I liked my shorts. I got to get back to it. But it is what it is. Hold on. We finna finish.
Compromise. She becomes combative in every scenario that requires adjustment. You'll be the only one bending over backward while she stays locked into her own values. Trust me, this is a losing battle. A strong man leads with confidence and can explain why certain compromises are necessary. When you stand your ground on something that matters, she should respect that and follow your lead. Now, what you could do is learn to have a strong, unshakable position. When you're justified in your stance, be unwavering. A woman who respects you will eventually understand why your position is in the best interest of the relationship. Compromise shouldn't always come from you. She needs to bring that to the table too. And if she doesn't, she's not the right one for a long-term relationship. She's for the streets. The next dangerous mistake is accepting a woman who doesn't equally value all desirable traits. One of the biggest mistakes men make is accepting women who don't know how to equally value all of the important traits that are brought into a relationship. Too many women out here are putting certain qualities, whether it's physical appearance, personality, or character, above others. And that's a problem. All desirable traits need to be valued equally, not ranked in some kind of order. Why is this a problem?
No, absolutely. Character is the first. That's the first quality that people have to put in the forefront. Quality, conflict resolution skills, and communication. Those got to be the first thing. And then you worry about the looks and you worry about everything else later. Because you need somebody, for one, you need somebody who know how to.
But HQ, it's easy for you to say that, but if you don't like the looks, you're not even gonna give that guy a chance. Like you disqualified Mr. Leon.
Yeah, because but I'm saying those are the most important qualities.
So the most important things would be the looks, because otherwise he's not getting a date.
But see, that's everybody. I have to meet all the people that I'm attracted to.
Find
out if that person has the qualities that I want. Has the communication skills. I have to be attracted. That's the first thing.
Well, you said right. See, what you just said was something different, though. You said
but that's after the looks, of course. Me and you on a date.
Just clarify, baby. Just clarify.
Me and you on a date. if I'm on a date with you, I'm already attracted to you. So that's
right.
Okay. So once I'm on a date, I'm already on a date. I got to find out if we think similar. If I can compromise with what you think, you can compromise.
He might be a conservative, so he might come up with a Trump shirt.
Well, see, I don't know. I don't know whether we can do. I don't know whether we can.
Hey, HQ, would you take an interview with Donald Trump if he gave it to you?
An interview? Yeah.
Yeah. Well, you get to interview him. You got questions for him?
Yeah, I have questions. I would have questions for him. I mean, I just never could
date a lot of money to see that interview.
I just could never date a conservative. I could never date one because we have different moral value. We just do. We just do.
Here's the thing, HQ.
Mm-hmm.
It was fear. What was Fee's? Was he a Democrat? Or did he have any political affiliation?
He was an independent. He didn't believe in shit to do with he didn't believe in nothing.
You know what that tells me, though?
Things.
You know what that tells me?
What?
Sounds like, based on you saying that, and this is just my, I wasn't there and I don't know the guy, but generally what I've noticed, and this is me being a man, my relationships with other men,
right?
Generally, when they're a Democrat, they're a Democrat. They're gonna be like, "Hey, left." When a guy gets to saying they're anything but a Democrat, in my take, in most of those cases, generally they have more conservative views. Now, it's to an extent, it's different levels of that. I just can't be like, "Oh, you're an independent, you're a hardcore conservative." I'm not saying that.
Right.
But when you get to saying you're anything, because I know a lot of guys and they're flat out be like, "Hey man, I'm a Democrat." Straight up. And a lot of them successful. But that's what they rocking with. But when they get to saying they're not, I can't, and I get to talking with them, I'm like, okay, I see this for what it is.
Yeah, but a lot of them really don't know what they are.
That's my point. That's where I'm going with that.
Yeah,
because if you're a Democrat, you're gonna know this is where I'm at, and this is where I'm at with this.
Right.
When you get to talking about you're not that,
right,
that tells me what I need to know. I never press guys about that. You don't press a man.
But you know what? If I ask you a series of questions, I can tell whether you're really a Democrat or you're not a Democrat.
You know what, HQ? That's why I didn't ask you, is Fee a Democrat? And I just wanted to ask just what his political affiliations was.
Yeah.
I already had in my head that he was not a Democrat.
No, he wasn't.
I know he wasn't.
He wasn't a diehard Democrat. And he wasn't a diehard Republican.
I'm not saying he was a hardcore right. I never would say that because I don't know him. But I know based on what you were telling me about this guy, I was like, I don't think this guy's a Democrat. Yeah, that's why I was like, I'm gonna have to ask her that.
But he was never really one of those people. He was never really one of those people that got into the politics. So he just let me be. No,
I get it. Some people more interested than others.
Yeah.
But I say this: either you are or you're not.
Yeah.
They
just too. Yeah. It's your belief. It's just a belief system.
Yeah. Exactly.
We just have a different belief system.
And there's a reason the Democrats mascot is an ass, a donkey. It's a reason for that. So
really. I can add that. Yeah, most people. If I ask people specific questions, they would fall on the Democrat. If I ask people certain questions and what their belief system is, they would fall on the side of the Democrats. But yet and still, they call themselves Republicans.
Yeah, listen, we ain't gonna go down that rabbit hole.
Because he ain't going down that rabbit hole. We can't get. We ain't on that channel. We on a romantic channel.
Yeah. This is me just having some fun at your expense. But yeah, I knew that from you talking about the game. I'm like, yeah, he ain't no Democrat.
He ain't no Democrat.
I know some different traits.
He ain't no Democrat. No,
subjective to the man she's with. For example, I've noticed through my experience working with men that those who prioritize fitness and want their woman to value fitness too, they find healthily physically fit women more attractive. On the flip side, men who don't care as much about their own fitness tend to compromise. They don't mind if their partner isn't in great shape. But here's where it gets tricky. When a woman starts to prioritize certain traits, like character over physical appearance, she'll optimize one and completely neglect the other. That's a critical error. A woman who focuses entirely on character but lets her appearance slide is making the mistake of putting qualities in an order of importance, when in reality, all of them need equal attention. I want you to imagine a woman who believes that character is more important than physical appearance. She might spend all her energy developing her personality, being kind, supportive, and nurturing, but in the process, she neglects her fitness and appearance. So what happens? She leans too hard on one area and ignores others, thinking her character alone will carry the relationship. You see, a well-rounded woman, one who values character, physical appearance, and other traits equally, is rare but highly valuable. She doesn't put one trait above the other. She understands that her partner needs all of these things.
Yeah. See, he made a good point, and that I have to agree with Bruiser. A woman that values her fitness like that, and you sound like you're one of them, but it's too rare, especially in this community. Like, man, like it's so many big girls, and those be the ones that be actually available.
But see, we ain't got no excuses now. They don't have excuses.
Yeah,
well, I guess maybe they do or they don't. But that fat weight loss drug thing, that shit ain't expensive. It ain't as expensive as it used to be. Now it ain't that expensive. So these chicks who buy weaves and wigs and all of that, if you can spend money on wigs and weaves, you can spend $150 a month,
right,
to lose weight.
No, I agree with that, HQ. I'm just saying. Yeah, HQ. Yeah, I'm just saying. They got to do what they can. They got to do safely. But they just, man, it's too many.
You gotta have a priority. I'd rather me spend $150 on trying to get myself into shape to jumpstart my weight loss in order to be in a functioning relationship with a man than to be sitting at home fat with a weave on. That's all I'm saying. I ain't saying nothing else. That's all I'm saying.
No, I agree.
I mean, you gotta have seen the advertisements out there, right?
The reality is, if you're in shape, and if you're a black woman and you're in shape, and especially if you're under 35 with no kids, you're a commodity in this community.
Right.
Yep. Right. If you're a size, I'm gonna say if you're a size 10 or less, I ain't gonna even say 8. Right. If you're a size 10 or less with no kids under 35, you're a commodity in this community.
Woo! It's an oddity. It's a rarity. But they're out there, but it's a rarity.
Yeah, and see, that's crazy that we got to say that. Yep.
Yeah, but the thing is, they got to start getting married. They got to start getting married.
Yeah, if you fit those things, you're a prime candidate for marriage.
Right.
You know, then the next thing after that would be obviously your traits and stuff and everything. And, you know, when I do meet women that fit that category, unfortunately, a lot of those girls have bad habits and traits, you know? Yeah. And then I'll be like, okay, this why you haven't been, I can find out like in 2 or 3 days, like, okay, this why you haven't been swooped up.
Right.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Go ahead.
Needs to be in balance. When a woman can be well-rounded, she becomes what people call a high-value woman. So if a woman doesn't know how to equally value all of the desirable traits in a relationship, she's going to be lacking in some areas. You need to look for a woman who understands the importance of balancing everything: appearance, character, communication, fitness, whatever. Don't settle for someone who's leaning too hard in one direction and neglecting the rest. A truly valuable woman sees the big picture, knows how to maintain all aspects of herself. Next step is accepting women with male friends for relationships. Here's a hard truth. Men who understand the boundaries of relationships don't feel comfortable with their women having male friends, and they communicate this early on before things get serious. If you haven't set that boundary, you're putting yourself at risk, because the friend zone is a position a woman places a man in when she doesn't find him fitting for an exclusive, intimate relationship, but she keeps him around because he's nice, helpful, or gives her attention. What many men fail to realize is that the male friends in her life may be in his zone, but they still have a chance to break out of it. In fact, some reports suggest that men in the friend zone have an increased chance of getting sex when a woman becomes vulnerable. emotionally needy, or faces life challenges. And you need to know that attention from other men is like dopamine for a woman. Let's say your woman has male friends who are constantly complimenting her, telling her how beautiful, fun, or amazing she is, far more than you do as a partner. These male friends might be lying or exaggerating just to keep her happy, while you're trying to be real and honest. So what happens is she starts craving that external validation and attention, and eventually she begins valuing their words more than yours. She may even start drawing comparisons and telling you things like, why can't you compliment me? Why can't you compliment me like this? Why can't you compliment me like that? When a woman is surrounded by men who give her the kind of attention you can't or won't match, it starts tampering with her impressing ability.
But see, here's the thing that I can't get past. He frames it as though women are the only ones who do this prioritization. Wrong. Even though men do the same thing. Men prioritize beauty before they prioritize anything else. They do it the same way as women. They do it, everybody does it the same. So it's not a matter of men. So it's a matter of men placing a lot of responsibility or a lot of value on the looks. So he can't just say, well, women prioritize X, Y, and Z. Men do the same thing. We all do the same thing. So this is not even really a conversation, because men do the same thing and maybe even worse, because you won't even look at a woman, even if she got a good personality, even if she's a nice woman, y'all won't even look at her. So y'all do it worse than we do. We at least will go back around, and then if you got a nice personality, we'll overlook the looks. Y'all won't even overlook the looks. So I think
HQ, you say we won't overlook the looks. What do you mean by that?
Meaning if she's halfway not as decent looking, but she got all the quality traits that you want in a woman, know how to cook, clean, submissive, blah blah blah, y'all still will overlook her because she don't have the right look.
So the result and the fix for the situation, I should just take that size 18, huh?
Y'all expecting us to tell?
No, I'm just saying that's what you think, HQ. No,
but I'm saying y'all expect us to overlook looks. So why?
No, when the guy said you should overlook looks, a guy said that.
No, what he's saying is we put more emphasis on personality than we do physical traits, and y'all do.
Oh
you all put more
emphasis important to a woman,
and you all put more emphasis on physical traits than you do personality. That's all I'm saying.
Well, a woman, I'm gonna say this: a woman's personality to me is very important. I can't speak for other men, but I'm gonna be honest. Most women I encounter don't have a great personality. I would say the bulk don't. Do some, of course, you know, but the majority of women don't have a great personality. Let me ask you a question.
Mm-hmm.
How many women do you encounter that you would say, whoa, they got a fantastic personality? On a percentage wise.
I got one, my girlfriend, she got amazing personality.
How many percentage wise would you say of all the women you know?
I say all the women I know, maybe not outstanding personalities, but a personality, but maybe not outstanding like women. What do you mean by
either you got a great personality or you don't.
What do you mean by outstanding anyway?
Yeah, I mean a woman that is charismatic, she's engaging, and she's worth and it's very entertaining to have a conversation with her. She has a very engaging personality. She's very charismatic, and it's very fun to talk with that woman.
Yeah, what percentage? It's very rare that you run into that type of person.
Oh, well, that confirms what I think.
Yeah, but but men are not as engaging either.
I would argue as a whole, there are more engaging men than there are women.
Why y'all think it's more engaging men?
I didn't say all men were engaging. HQ, we have to be more engaging, or we ain't gonna get no women. What are we talking about?
Black men are the most antisocial men on the planet.
Oh no, wait a minute.
There's been studies done. There's been studies done.
Studies
done. No. Including the Monahan report.
I'm going on mute. Play the video, baby.
Even the Monahan report.
To begin, to lean into what her male friends say and think, rather than valuing your opinion as her partner. You don't want your woman to be influenced by other men in her circle. Male friends can tamper with her impressionability, creating unnecessary tension in the relationship. If your woman values the attention she gets from other men more than what you offer, you got a problem. She'll end up comparing you to them, and that's a losing battle. So set clear boundaries from the start. If you're in a serious relationship, it's important that you communicate how you feel about her having male friends. Let her know that your relationship is exclusive, and she should value your attention and affection above anyone else's. If she can't respect that, she's not the one for you. She belongs to the street.
See, here's the thing. This man is teaching men to view women as constantly at risk for cheating and to treat normal friendships like threats. That's the kind of control that women don't like. Okay. Now, there are situations where male friends can be messy. Yes, they are. If there's already boundary issues,
this is the question, HQ.
Texting, hold on, emotional intimacy or emotional intimacy that already undermines the relationship, then yes, that's a problem. But the answer is not no male friends. The answer is clear boundaries, clear transparency, and clear respect. That's a healthy way to frame. That's a healthy way to frame a relationship or approach telling your person. You should say, I'm fine with friendships, but I'm not fine with disrespect. Or if somebody is openly flirting with you or woman, you need to shut that down. He need to tell her to shut that down. Or if a friend doesn't respect our relationship, you should say that friendship needs boundaries. But once you say you can't have male friends, you're not setting boundaries for her. You're setting up ownership papers. And ownership is not love. Ownership is control.
Can I ask a question?
So
this is my thing, and I'm just curious. I always wonder how. Okay, let's say the woman got a male friend. This is what I would want to know. How did you guys become friends? You know. Now, was it a situation that he tried? Because in a lot of these cases, hold on. Let me get this. In a lot of these cases, because I've asked a lot of women this, HQ, and I've said the women I've dated, and I've asked this question, and I said, how did you guys become friends? And what the bulk of these women said is that he was a guy that wanted to date me, or he's a guy I dated very briefly, and I decided I didn't want to be in nothing serious with him. So he'd remain as a friend. So I said, okay, tell me more. And then I dug deeper, and I know what I need to know. And in most cases, this is what's happening. Go ahead.
So what's wrong with that friendship?
Yeah, the thing is, the guy really deep down lusts for this woman, and that's why he.
I don't lust for him.
Wait a minute. I understand that. But it still does not change the fact that the guy lusts for this woman. So you have a lustful man that is interacting with this woman. Okay? That is the concern of a lot of men. Now, so I'm not saying Bruiser is 100% right on this. I'm not saying that. What I'm saying is the fact is I'm not wrong with what I'm saying. I've talked with these women, and most of them have owned this, because there's a reason a friendship starts with a guy. You don't just walk down the street and say, "Hey, I want to be your friend." That's not how that works, HQ.
Yeah, but that don't mean. See, the point is that doesn't.
Even though y'all might have agreements, and he say, yeah, we're gonna just keep it friendly or whatever, and you like, well, he just said that. That's fine. But deep down, most men ain't okay with that. They'll agree with that, because if they disagree with it, you're gonna say, well, we can't be cool then. You know? So if they get an opportunity, they making a freaking move. You know how I know HQ?
They gonna make a freaking move, but that don't mean I have to accept it. I'm in a relationship with you.
Right.
Why would you be worried about what he's going to do?
If they get an opportunity, I always say this. If you're not in anything, call that friend up at 2 a.m. and say, hey, won't you come over? Now, how about that? Yeah, game over.
Yeah, I still don't. That still
That's
doesn't.
right, HQ.
But that still doesn't explain my behavior.
Coldest.
But that don't explain my behavior though. See, that doesn't explain my behavior though.
Call him up at 2 in the morning and tell him to come over.
But that don't explain my behavior.
Yeah. Call him up at 2 in the morning.
You in a relationship with
say, hey friend, what you doing? Oh man, I ain't doing nothing. We hanging out. Hey, why don't you come over here? Yeah. How about that? And you gonna know all the friends.
And you know now, and if she's not interested, she would never call it.
But the fact that still exists, that dynamic exists.
That exists with every man I have ever been involved with.
No, here's the thing.
So you gotta think every woman.
Wait. It don't exist with a man that don't like you. It don't exist with that.
What difference does it make? How you gonna know one way or the other?
If he's in the friend zone, you put him there, so he already like you. That's the problem.
That exists with every man. You don't know whether he has the zone. He's in that zone or not. If a guy don't like you, HQ. It's women now. I know. I don't like them like that. The attraction's not like that. If they hit me up, some have tried to hit me up. But most of them won't
come over. I'm like, no.
But most women won't hit you up, even if she's in a relationship. 9 times out of 10, she's not calling you up.
No, in most cases they don't.
Right,
you're right. But the problem is that dynamic still exists, and at any time, a woman. Hold on, I've met women that they've had fallouts with their boyfriend or whatever. They on the dating app or they out and about and they hollering at me, and come to find out later they was with a guy. So this dynamic definitely exists. It's women out there, and I'm not saying it's you, that when it's a disagreement, they're running to the button.
But most people who are
you don't know that.
But I'm saying most people who are in a relationship 9 times out of 10, they're trying to make it work.
While the relationship is going good.
Yes. And most of the time
it's going good.
And most of the time she ain't trying to call up no friend.
Wow, it's going good.
Yeah, same with a man. Y'all don't want to tell us that y'all don't want to be faithful.
No, but here's the thing, HQ. You've been on this earth longer than me, but you've never been a maintenance man. You're not a maintenance man. That's just the end result. And you're not a maintenance man. So I'm getting calls late. Okay. That's that. Look, do we really want to have this conversation? This locker room conversation like that? Okay, I'm just saying. You think I'm lying?
No, I believe.
Oh, okay.
I believe you. I'm just saying it's not. I'm just saying. I'm saying people who are committed, and people who ain't are not.
No, it's some of those. No, this is what it is. Some of
you
those
making it seem like it's the bulk of people, and it's not the bulk of people.
No. Some of those people that are committed, and some of those people who are committed, if things go rough or wrong,
that's what I said.
They're open. Yeah, they're open.
Most people are committed when they're committed.
I don't know if I'm gonna say
same thing with men. So
I would simply say people are.
It's not a female thing, it's a person thing.
I would simply say people are. That's my position on it. Go ahead and play the video, baby.
Next dangerous mistake is allowing women to nag and complain without identifying the problem. You gotta stop allowing a woman to constantly nag and complain without ever revealing a clear problem for you to solve. We are natural problem solvers. It's in our nature, but you can't solve anything if the woman isn't able to articulate what she's actually frustrated or hurt by. Because when a woman constantly complains without identifying a clear issue, it leads to emotional exhaustion. We sit there listening to her vent over and over again, but without a solution in sight. We start to check out emotionally. If all we're hearing is nagging without any actionable problem, we eventually disconnect from the relationship. And over time, this makes us nonchalant and indifferent, which is a dangerous place to be. If a woman can't tell you exactly what's wrong and instead just complains in vague terms, you're stuck in a cycle of frustration. You're trying to figure out what the problem is, but there's no clear direction. Over time, the emotional connection fades. It's like trying to fix something without knowing what's broken.
But you don't need to fix everything. That's the problem. You don't need to fix why I am the way I am. I am supposed to come into that relationship as a whole human being. You're not there to fix me. You're there to stand beside me, and we work together to problem solve, to make this relationship work, to dig this world together. You're not there to fix me. I'm already fixed as a human being.
They're all very fixed, HQ.
This is wild.
Eventually stop caring, and that's when loyalty starts to fade, respect disappears, and you begin to withdraw from her emotionally. When a man feels emotionally disconnected, the relationship becomes hollow. We don't necessarily shut down, but the feelings we once had start to vanish. Then the woman becomes undisciplined, uncooperative, and lacks submission. The emotional wall gets stronger. And once the wall is up, it's hard to tear down. But a woman who can communicate clearly and precisely is someone you can work with. She's able to express what's bothering her in a way that allows you to jump into action and find a solution. But if she can't do that and just keeps fucking nagging without giving you something tangible to solve, it leads to disconnect that can ruin a relationship. So fellas, you need to set boundaries when it comes to communication. If your woman is bitching all the time, make it clear that she needs to identify the problem so you can solve it. You're not there just to listen to endless complaints. You're there to fix things and move forward. If she can't do that, the emotional disconnect will grow. And once you stop feeling anything for her, relationship is over. Now this next mistake, no one ever talks about. No coaches, no experts, no therapists. I'm probably the only one that's going to tell you this. Society don't want men to know this. And that's valuing love over respect and appreciation. But before we get into that, real quick, make sure you guys like and subscribe. And to show my appreciation to you, I provided a link to a gift. It's located in the description. Now, one of the biggest mistakes men make is putting love above respect in a relationship. Let me be clear. They are not the same. A lot of men get caught up in the idea of being loved. But the truth is, men value respect more than anything else. Because a woman can love you and still be disrespectful. That's right. Love alone doesn't guarantee loyalty or good behavior. A man would rather have a woman who respects him than the one who simply says she loves him. Disrespectful women tend to become disloyal, and they have a habit of betraying men when they stop feeling the emotional highs of love. But a woman who respects you, even if she doesn't love you in the moment, she won't betray you. She'll rather work through it. Or if love is a priority for her, she'll end the relationship respectfully. And you need to know that love fluctuates. In every relationship, there are ups and downs. Times when you're in love and times when the feeling fades. That's normal. But respect, that has to be constant. When a woman respects you, she won't cheat just because she's not feeling the love that day. She'll maintain loyalty and good behavior even when love comes and goes. But if she loses respect for you, it's a different story. She won't even bother to communicate her need for love. She'll go and bust it open for someone else. You need to make it clear from the start that respect is non-negotiable. Love is important, but respect holds the relationship together when the love fluctuates. Communication is key here. Couples who can communicate well can bring love back when it fades. But a woman who doesn't respect you won't even try to have that conversation. She'll act on her feelings and seek validation elsewhere. So, as a man, you should prioritize respect over love. Let your woman know that respect is the foundation of your relationship.
Okay. Respect is the foundation.
All right, you got to admit, Bruiser cooked on that. He cooked on that. Give him his respect, HQ. You know what?
Respect means honesty.
You started to really act like auntie. Nah, come on,
respect
HQ.
Means honesty, consistency, kindness, and treating each other with humanity seriously. So respect cannot mean if you disobey me, then I don't respect you. Or if you disobey me,
if you really respect the guy, why would you want to disobey him?
Because every time somebody speaks, I don't do exactly. That's what I was talking about earlier. Wait a minute. That's what I was talking about earlier when I said I don't agree with everything you say, and I'm never going to agree with everything you say. We're not the same people. So when I push back on you, you can't just immediately think that I'm unruly or disrespectful.
That's not what he said. That's not what Bruiser said though.
But here's the thing: he's leaning into this. If she loses respect, then she'll cheat. Or
what he said
become disloyal.
No, that's not what he said. Go ahead, finish up. I don't want to talk over you, baby. Go ahead.
I mean, and this is, it trains men to fear women's emotions, and assumes betrayal is going to be something she inevitably does. That's not a healthy message to men. He's training men to fear women and their emotions when they get emotional, when they get out of pocket or anything else. And a woman is always going to cheat. This is what he's teaching.
All right. Here's the thing. No, That's not what he said. He didn't say that, and it would be.
No, I'm not saying he said that.
Hold on. It would be dangerous for me to put words in his mouth. What he's getting at, and I'm telling you, the gist of what he's getting at is that if there is a disagreement, you can disagree, but ultimately he's gonna have the final say, and that final say needs to be respected. You know, he's saying that.
I still never got over. I want to know from you as a man, what do you mean by final decision? And he
like,
what do you mean?
I'm gonna give you an example. Say we're debating, not really a debate, but say you're like, okay, say your auntie died, you got a nice influx of cash, right? You and your auntie was tight. You got $100,000, and you like, hey, Lex, I want to start this such and such business, and I'm like, okay, I'm not against that. I don't think the timing right now is the right time to start this. Maybe we could revisit this a year from now, right? And we got some other stuff going on, woo. And you're insistent that you want to open this thing up because you think the time is right now. And he's like, I don't think that's the right move right now for us to do this right now.
And then I'd have to ask you, why do you think?
Yeah. And he lists his reasons. He says, okay, we got X, Y, Z, blase split going on. So let's make it through this year and make sure everything is solid, and we can see about it. But in a situation,
I would listen to that. I would listen to that.
Right. You okay? But some women would not. Okay, and that's what he's talking about.
Yeah, but
okay,
but see, what if you were the one who won the money, and you were wanted to do what you wanted?
Well, here's the thing. Here's the thing. I, as the leader, would need to make that decision. I would have the final say. That's the thing. Maybe you may feel it may not be the right time, but maybe the stars have aligned where I need to make that decision.
Yeah,
I don't know.
What makes you think the stars ain't aligned with the way I'm feeling?
Hold on. It would depend. Just because I'm the man and I got the money, it don't mean it's the right decision to make.
Right.
You know? I'm looking at it from the perspective it's not the right decision to make for the woman, and it's the right decision to make for the male. Now, if it's not the right decision to make for the male, he shouldn't do it.
I mean, this should be a joint. It should be a joint decision.
It should be discussed. Right. But what he's saying is you should not be opposing him, is what he's saying. Whatever the final result is.
He's determined.
He's determined. Yeah, whatever he's determined, he's the leader. Yeah.
I mean, if you determine you're gonna do whatever, and I feel like you're gonna blow.
Right. That would be an issue. If you had a conversation and you've explained to her why you should not do this,
right?
And then she goes ahead and do it anyway, that's a problem.
Yeah, so, but if you get the money and I explain to you X, Y, and Z that this is a better route to use the money, and you go ahead and do it too.
If you're right, I agree with you, HQ. If you're right, hold on. Yes. If that's the best case to not start the business and he gets the money, then it's right is right. I'm on the side of what's right. This ain't about just because I'm a man. The woman is 100% wrong in every situation. I'm not.
Here's the thing. Shouldn't they both present their cases?
Yeah, she should still. She still listen.
Her case.
She still has absolutely. Nobody says she couldn't.
Present your case.
I even said earlier.
Right.
A woman's opinion should be factored. I said that.
Right.
Yeah, she should be respected. HQ, you're looking at this the wrong way.
No, I'm not. I'm looking at it the wrong way. I'm saying I think so. I come from relationship. I come from where I believe we are co-parent. We are co-equal partners in this relationship, and
but HQ is there cannot be two leaders.
I cannot accept that. That's the
whole. Well, that's fine. Like
I'm just saying, I come from. This is my perspective. I just come from. It works better when we both have equal responsibilities. You have your duties and I have my duties, but we have.
Well, we each are. Yeah, we each are gonna have our own duties, but there has to be a leader and there has to be a follower ultimately. The man should not be the follower.
Yeah, but the man can sometimes be the follower, and the women can be sometimes to be the follower. They don't necessarily have to stay stagnant.
Yeah, like, it's certain things where the woman would have more knowledge about, or be.
And that's what I mean by being partners.
Yeah, I don't doubt that. But ultimately, when it comes to major decisions, that's what he's getting at. The man should be the leader.
We make a joint decision together, depending on what the decision is.
HQ, I'm not doing this, baby.
I'm just saying, relationships work better. Relationships work best when you both are equally, and you're both equally invested in that relationship.
Okay, so what if you think it's a good idea and Philo say no? Then what?
Like a good idea for it, depending on what it is.
If it's something you really want to do, if let's say it's something you really want to do, and he like, I don't think it's the right time.
But he could never come to me and say, I don't think it's the right time. He would come to me, Fee would come to me and say, look, we have these bills to pay.
Yeah, that's why it's not the right time.
X, Y, and Z. And then I would say, okay, I understand. Okay. But what if we did X, Y, and Z?
But a lot of women not like that, HQ, because a lot of women, that's you. I've explained things clear as day and went down bullet point lists of why you should not do this, and they still go out and do things. Okay. Right. So a lot of women not going to be like you. For what you're saying, you're like, hey, if the guy can present me a big bullet point list of why I shouldn't do this, I ain't gonna do it.
Oh hell yeah, I'm all for
you
logical the conclusion. Yeah. If my husband comes to me and he says, well, Renee, I don't think we should spend X, Y, and Z. And I say, okay, why do you think? I think we should do this, but why do you think X, Y, and Z? And then he's gonna present his case, and then I'm gonna be like, well, that makes sense, but can we do X, Y, and Z? Is that better, or do you think this is better? And I go back and forth. We try to figure out what's the best avenue, and then it'll come around to, okay, well, then that is the better idea, and then I would go with his better idea.
HQ, that's you. I'm gonna just say this: a lot of women I've met, that's not gonna work for them. Okay.
But see, because
I've done what you're talking about. I've done that. I actually wrote stuff out and put exclamation points and checkpoints against 10 things like, this is 10 reasons you should not do this right now. Right. And they still go do it.
And the reason why you gotta when you in a relationship, you gotta think, do I want this conflict in this relationship, or do I want this relationship to work? And if I want this relationship to work, you're always supposed to be navigating away from conflict.
Yeah. That's your thought. Does tyranny strike you as a woman that's gonna do that?
She runs her thing the way she runs her thing.
Yeah, she gonna run it the way she wants.
I mean, maybe it works for her. I mean, it works for her. I've never met her husband, so I don't know. It works for her.
Yeah, I'm not gonna get into that. I don't know the guy. I'm definitely not gonna say anything about him. But her husband appeared on a Fatty episode recently.
Oh, okay. I haven't seen.
Yeah, it was crazy.
Wait, he was on it. What's the name of it?
I had to send you the link to it.
Because I look at that. I gotta look at that. Because her husband.
I'll just say that was one of the great tyranny performances.
Yeah, you lying. You lying.
No, I'm not.
She really
acted a whole. She acted out. That's all I'm gonna say. She acted out.
I gotta go get that and then put it on my phone so I can watch it tomorrow. Let me do that.
I'll send it to you.
And without it, love doesn't mean a damn thing. If a woman can respect,
I gotta see
you. The relationship has a chance to weather the ups and downs of love. But if she disrespects you, the relationship is ruined, no matter how much love she claims to have for you. Next up is very common, and it's bending to a woman's lifestyle you can't afford. One major mistake men make is trying to meet the demands of a lifestyle they simply can't afford. In today's economy, many men feel pressured to adjust their entire lives to satisfy the wants of a woman. But that's a fast track to a broken relationship, because women need to understand that the lifestyle they want depends entirely on what the man earns and how financially stable and responsible he is. So let's say you're a man with an apartment, one vehicle, and you're financially stable, and this is your lifestyle. You meet a woman who wants to go out frequently, buy designer bags, have a second car, receive a shopping allowance, and travel regularly. She also wants multiple kids, stay at home, and work on her personal projects. If your current earnings don't support
that kind of shit, that very rarely happens, because most people know they got to work 2 jobs. Most people know that a relationship is built on 2 jobs. So, I mean, it makes sense, but most people ain't talking about, I just want to be a wife, stay at home, and have 4 or 5 damn kids. Most women know they can't do that. They know.
Support this lifestyle. You're going to struggle to provide everything she wants. Trying to meet her demands will either drive you into financial strain or push you to work endlessly, sacrificing your peace of mind. It's a losing situation. Meanwhile, the relationship will likely fail because it's built on the wrong foundation. Her wants outweigh what you can realistically provide. Now let's take a different scenario. You meet a woman who's comfortable with your current lifestyle. She doesn't need designer bags. She's fine with staying in, sharing one vehicle, and doesn't expect extravagant travel. She's willing to work with what you built. She could.
But that's not a good woman. That's not a good woman. I don't know why men seem to think that that's a good woman, or that's a woman that you should be looking for. One that don't have no ambition.
Hey, HQ, what type of woman should we be looking for?
You should be looking for a woman that has ambition, domestically as well as professionally.
What does that mean? I'm just curious.
Meaning she wants you to. She wants to have better. She wants you and her to have better in life. There's no way I'm going to be satisfied with just being in an apartment. We would have to have a home. We would have to have a yard for kids. We would have to have these things. Most people want those things. Yeah. So for you to limit her to say, no, my lifestyle, I only make $4,000 a month, you're going to have to live within it. That don't even make sense, because you don't have the right woman. If you want the right woman, then the right woman you looking for ain't above a 4.
Yeah.
Okay, because a woman that's above a 4, she gonna want more than just being in an apartment. A woman that's a 4 gonna deal with whatever come down the pipe. She gonna deal with you staying in an apartment, staying in the house, cooking and cleaning. But a woman above a 4, she wants other things. She wants to be able to travel within a budget. She wants to be able to have a lifestyle within a budget. She ain't talking about burning up your money, but she is talking about, I'm finna take my money and put our money together and we're gonna have a decent lifestyle. Most women will do that.
Cooks, keep the home, it helps maintain a lifestyle you can afford. That's a traditional woman.
And a traditional woman, when I said earlier, I said a traditional woman, you don't have to be traditional to be a good woman. You could just be a modern, everyday woman who is a good person, who does good things, who is good to other people. You don't have to be traditional in order to be a good wife. Okay, because I'm not necessarily traditional. I'm a combination of thereof, but you don't have to be completely traditional, because completely traditional means you stay at home, cook, clean, have babies. No woman really wants to do that.
Well, look, times have became more modern.
Yes.
Look, HQ, when that's said, it's within reason too. You know, like the times have become more modern. We're not like asking a woman to just, you don't do anything and you shut up and all that. It's not quite to that extent. We have to be realistic. Women work today. It's all love and respect. You just got to respect the man. A gal put up with a lot of stuff for a cute chick. She just got to show some respect. If she did that, she'd get away with a lot. She'd get a lot out of a guy. But a lot of them don't want to do it.
See, here's the thing. The problem is you got to pick a chick. All women cost money. Women cost money. They all cost money.
Ain't she?
And the thing is, you need to find a woman that's within your budget and fucking leave it alone. Because a lot of people like to shop outside of their budget. She is outside of your fucking budget. So
what do you mean by that? What do you mean by that?
Stop shopping outside your budget?
Yeah, what do you mean by that specifically?
Meaning you want to drag a 7 home and make her be a domestic cook, clean, and stay in the house chick. And
no, but I'm going to just say this. That 7 is going, in most cases, and we know not every woman wants kids, but the bulk of women I meet that have not had kids want kids. The bulk.
Yes, but they also want to work their job. They also want to be an independent woman.
I get that. That's a lot of stuff to juggle. Right. It's a lot.
Right.
It's a lot. Yep, that's all.
So you can't expect that 7 to sit at home and just take care of babies, because eventually she's gonna want to go back. She's gonna go back to work and take care and want financial things, want things that'll advance their lifestyle.
Yeah.
So I'm saying that's why I said if you just want one to stay at home, cook, clean, do whatever, then you better not look for nothing that's above a 4.
I don't know. Well, I don't know if no man wants that, like totally like that. You know? Yeah.
You see. Okay.
She fits into your existing system without you having to break your back to change it. This type of relationship works because it's sustainable. Now, modern women often expect men to elevate their lifestyle. They want you to upgrade your current system to fit their desires. If you can't afford her expectations,
yeah, but you have desires too, and she has desires too. You want me to come along. If you want me to come, you want to pick me, and I need my lifestyle to be a certain way, then we either gonna elevate to that, or we ain't gonna elevate to that. Which one are we gonna do? Okay, 9 times out of 10, the man is gonna elevate to the lifestyle that the woman wants. She has to contribute too. It can't just be we gotta elevate and you gotta pay for it, my guy. My guy better not do that. If you want to elevate, then you're gonna have to contribute to this elevation. You got to be the one to pay for the groceries. You got to be the one to pay for the vacations. Now, if you can do that, I can handle everything else. You got to set those boundaries, but you can't just say we can't go on vacation because I can't afford it. That's not going to work for most women.
you're forced to either go 50-50 on the finances or reconstruct your entire life to fit her in.
If the guy got the woman he wants, he gonna break bread. In most cases, he gonna break bread. Right. When you see a guy that's tight like that, and he ain't broke, that's generally because he ain't got the woman he wants. Oof. Okay,
that's why.
So yeah, and that don't make him right. In fact, he's wrong. He should let that woman go. Right. But a lot of guys don't like to be alone, and they'll do that. But when you see a guy that's tight like that, it ain't the girl that he wants, and that's just what it is.
Right.
This is where men need to approach dating with a calculator in mind, analyzing her maintenance costs before even considering whether you can afford her lifestyle. So women need to vet men based on the lifestyle they desire and date accordingly. She needs to understand what it costs to maintain her lifestyle and align herself with men who can afford it. But most importantly, she must recognize what the man expects in return for providing that lifestyle. If she's not willing to meet his expectations, she shouldn't assume he'll cover her as a provider. And fellas, don't bend to a woman's lifestyle if it's beyond your current means. Date within your financial limits and find a woman who fits into your system rather than trying to force yourself into hers. Now, even though this isn't the last of the 10 mistakes, it is literally the most dangerous one of them all. Fellas, it is crucial that you remember this because this is what a woman's player's card is built on. It's something no other influencer or mentor would tell you, and that is accepting women who remain hypergamous during a relationship. One brutal mistake men make is accepting women who continue to behave hypergamous after the relationship begins. While hypergamy can help a woman select the man she feels she desires, it becomes a curse when she doesn't know how to settle down. Because men by nature are hypogamous. It's the difference. We've mastered the art of settling because it's in our DNA. Once we decide to commit, we can settle into a monogamous relationship without constantly seeking something better. We can date down. But women...
Wait a minute, hold on. Ain't y'all the ones who be telling women that y'all can't settle for one woman, y'all gonna cheat? Ain't that hypergamous in a man? Hypergamy in a man? Because you can't settle for one woman.
HQ, whoever said that's their position. Like I told you, the bulk of men are not players like that.
Because if you let Patty and them tell you it is, y'all, that men are.
Not the bulk. Those guys are out there. Those guys exist. Okay. However, a lot of those women that are with those guys know what time it is, and that's what they signed up for.
Yeah, but a lot of women are not. There's women that ain't cheaters either. So he's pushing the fear card, the really big fear card, because this is a sweeping generalization.
It's a lot of cheater women.
It's a lot of cheater men, more cheater men than women.
Yeah, I ain't getting into that.
So,
But there's
so
a
it's
lot of
all.
people.
So he's pushing the narrative that women are always at risk of cheating because she monkey branching, or you know, this is not relationship coaching. I thought it was this ideology is designed to keep men in fear, to be dating with fear and suspicion.
Hey, HQ,
For
let me ask you a question.
Yeah,
This is an honest question.
yeah,
Why do you think I've been candid about my dating history?
yeah.
Why do you think I've encountered so many women that have been like that? Is it because there's not that many out there, and I'm just purposely seeking women that are dishonest or
So
not honest?
do you date women like how often do
I'm
you date?
open. Listen, I'm open to meeting women everywhere. Okay,
So I'm
everywhere.
asking how often do you date?
I date often. I
You
date
date
often. Like I meet new women probably every month. A lot of times, it may not go anywhere past a couple conversations. They hard to catch up with,
so you
or
mean
they might say some stuff I don't care for, and I decide I don't want to pursue it.
so
But these
if
complaints come
women
from.
so
Go
if
ahead.
women hit so if women no, this is a narrative and I need you to explain it.
Yeah.
Why is it that if women hit 35, 40 and ain't got a husband, why ain't, and that's weird as shit, why is it that men who hit 35, 40 and don't have a wife, why ain't that weird as shit?
HQ, you got to answer my question first. You asking me a question, and I asked you a question first.
Ask it again.
No, you know what my question is. I'm not going to ask you that again.
No, I'm asking you. What is the question for real?
Do you remember what I just asked you?
If I think about it hard enough, but probably not.
Okay, yeah, because you were already ready to counter that with a question. I said, if none of these things the guys are saying make any matter, I've been pretty candid about what my dating history has been. I meet women regularly.
Yeah.
And I tell you that there's a lot going on with most of these women that I meet. Mm-hmm. And I'm like, this is no coincidence. Like, I'm purposely seeking out women that's got things going on with them, or they're constantly dishonest or liars or whatever.
Or maybe your standards are too high.
Hold on. These things are high. Bad character traits are high, I've noticed, in women. It's a high probability. If I go out and meet 3 women, if I go out and meet 6 women, it's a high probability 5 of them have bad character traits.
So why is it that you can't get to 6-1?
No, let me get to that. I may determine I don't like the 6-1. You know, it may be other things going on with the 6-1. Look, if I meet the 6-1 and she's good, top to bottom, I'm with it. And
it depends on what your it depends on what standards you're going by.
Let's not focus on that 6-1. Let's focus on those other 5, which is the ball.
But I'm saying to you,
let's focus on that.
But I'm saying to you, what are your standards? If I'm dating and I have 10 standards and I don't never change none of those standards, it's always got to be this way. It always got to be this. She always got to respond this way.
HQ.
And obviously, I'm not always going to find the person that I'm looking for because I'm not varying my standards.
Here go my standards. Don't be over a size 10. Be honest. Don't be a liar. Be a woman of your word. Those are my standards. Hold on. Those are my standards. Okay? Those 5 can't even adhere to that. Okay?
Meaning, and then again, you would have to get into what lies are we talking about? Straight up little lies.
No.
It's big lies.
Yeah, those agreeing to things and then they don't follow through with it. That's one of the biggest things, agreeing to things and they don't follow through with it. Telling you things and then you find out what they said wasn't what they originally said, and then they got to be confronted about that. Look, the list goes on, but a lie is a lie. You know, a lie is a lie.
Yeah, I mean it's a lot of factors in that, and I have to question why haven't you as a man found anybody that came even close to what you wanted, and you couldn't compromise one time in order to get to that one that you wanted?
No, I found some stuff I like. I've been in relationships, but long term, those relationships, what happened was something they did kind of did where it would like basically sacrifice the respect. And I'm like, hey, you can't do that no more, because you know this is we taking this thing serious. You got to respect the situation.
Right.
And and then they decide like, no, I'm not gonna respect the situation. So I'm like, I got to show you I was serious, and I gotta let the situation go. So yeah, but I have serious situations now. You gotta be real.
Okay, so why not go down in looks to get the cooperation?
I'll say this: I done went down as far as I can go in some women, and just because you end up going down in looks don't mean you're gonna get the cooperation. It ain't no guarantee. Like, if you get a 6, there's no guarantee she's gonna be super cooperative. If she was, I wouldn't have no problem with her.
Well, 6 ain't 6. You going down in the 6? What do you mean going down in the 6? You shooting at the highest form of the barrel anyway. So
a 6 is the highest form of the barrel. Holy smoke.
You hitting above average anyway. So I see why you ain't having no success. You hitting at the above the average. The average is a 4.5 or a 5. If you
4.5,
yeah,
that's what I should be. HQ.
I didn't say you should be hitting at a 4.5. I'm saying if you don't have success at a 6, then maybe you need to go down in cooperation.
HQ. I'm gonna tell you right now, no man is gonna be motivated for a 4, especially a man that's put in a lot of work, a lot of grind, and has really built himself. He's not going to be looking forward to a 4. But okay, you're not going to find. Hold on, you're not going to find any man on any of these panels. Go up there and tell them they need to get a 4 and see what the reaction is.
Yeah, but most men are everyday average men, so they're everyday average men. So I'm saying you will hear them I'm gonna say this. Like, you will hear them saying on panels, you need to go down in cooperation. You need to go down in looks to get cooperation. You will hear that on these panels. So that's a lie. You saying?
I'm saying that's not always true, is what I'm saying. It can be true in some cases, but it's not an absolute. No, it's not an absolute. No one statement is an absolute. So we got to be realistic. Like, just saying that alone don't guarantee anything. Reason why I bring up my situation is because I like to use it as just an example, you know? Yeah, but I'll say this. If you don't care about looks at all, then cooperation can come into play. It's a difference between going down and not caring at all. That's a different thing. Yeah. So, yeah, if you don't care about looks at all, then I agree with you. Now, if you telling me, hey, you need to stop caring about looks at all and just focus on cooperation, then yeah, you're right and I'm wrong, HQ. But that's the only way you could be right. That's the only way you could be right.
Let's finish. We always finish.
Hypergamy. Constantly looking for the best option. Always seeking to trade up. This hypergamous instinct can make a woman unimpressionable. And we talked about that earlier. When she's always looking for the next best thing, it's nearly impossible for her to form a strong emotional bond and settle down. What's even worse is when she starts to decline from her peak value. Still holds on to those same high expectations. Her preferences no longer match the value she brings. And that's when hypergamy becomes a curse. It's important that you understand when a woman maintains hypergamy during a relationship, she's at the highest risk of monkey branching. And that's moving from one man to the next without ever settling. Hypergamy creates a burning lust for the next best thing.
Yeah, everybody has hypergamy. Everybody's always looking for something that's better. Otherwise, men wouldn't cheat the way they do. Some people are loyal, some people are not. Some people chase other people, upgrade, some people don't. Some people have impulse control, some people don't. Character, boundaries, maturity, values matter more than these gender things. Okay, if you want a real anti-cheating or anti-cheating strategy, choose somebody with a strong character. Build a relationship that has communication and honesty through it, and watch the behavior, not these gender theories. Okay, people get caught up in the women are like this or women are not like that. See, once you get stuck in that ideology, you're gonna end up by yourself, because you have to figure out, this person is trying to do X, Y, and Z just like you trying to do X, Y, and Z. And the one thing you can't do is be stuck in what this ideology. That, see, I'm one of those people. I accept people how they come through the door, and I normally don't allow messy people to come to the door. If you're a mature human being that comes through the door, I'll work with you. Whatever else comes my way, I'll work with you. But if you're a messy person all off the bat, then I won't mess with you. But I'm not monkey branching looking for something different. I'm looking to see whether I can actually live with you, build with you, communicate with you. Okay. If you ain't just right, if I got to tweak and then accept you for after I done tweaked, I can do that. But I can't take no liar. I can't take no person that lies. I can't take no person that steals. I can't take a person that's in trouble with the law. I can't take people who who want to constantly be in my face. I mean, it's just certain things that are no-nos.
I'm still laughing at what you just said. You was like, you on the 6, you shooting for the moon over here. Wow.
Oh no, I didn't say that.
You did say that.
FOMO.
Hold on, muted. Yeah, HQ, I've heard a lot of wild stuff from you.
I did not say that.
Yes, you did. Yes, you did.
I'm saying
no,
if you was
like, wait a minute, you're shooting for the moon. And I was like, a 6 is shooting for the moon? You were like,
no.
That.
What you said,
you said
was
4.5. You were like, well, you need to go back to a 4.5.
What you said was you said I'm going down to a 6, as though you had been aiming for 7s and 8 all this time.
No. I'm saying no, that's not what I said. What I said is 6 is my floor. Look, if a guy can get a more attractive girl, they can. Let me tell you how this works. When we're out and about, we do the approaching. These girls, in most cases, women ain't gonna come up to men. How many men do you just walk up to and just start talking and shit?
Hey,
like,
TJ.
Yeah. What's up, TJ? Yeah, we do all of that. So they're gonna go after shit they find attractive. We gotta be real here. Go ahead, TJ. You got it.
TJ.
No, y'all go ahead. I'm gonna catch up.
No, we just talking about
that's some funny shit. She was like, "You on a 6? Oh
no, but that was just an example. That was just an example. What I'm saying is, if you so do you have success at the 6 or the 7 level? If you don't have 6, it's success.
I mean, look, I'm gonna tell you like this. I meet women from I don't really entertain them less than a 5, but I meet women from average looking women up to probably what some people would consider an 8. I met women who looks are average or barely above average, and they've been some of the biggest game players and liars and stuff ever. It's no guarantee that if you go down to looks, you're gonna get cooperation. Like, it's no guarantee you're gonna get.
Why would they even put that on the table?
I mean, because there is some truth to that, but it's not a guarantee. It's not absolute.
So you've never tried it?
I just told you I've dated women in that range, but no, I'm not. No man that's out here working 2 jobs, grinding, is looking for no 4. Like, what are you even talking about? I couldn't believe you said that shit earlier.
Wait a minute. Hold on.
Wait a minute. HQ.
You called that one actress a 4.
What actress did I call a 4?
I forgot her name.
Yeah, what guys looking for a 4? Like, that's wild to me.
Wait a minute. We ain't talking about looking. What was her name? She was an actress, and
No, Jay Tillman said she was a 5. I agree. I think her name was Quinta.
Yeah, right there.
Yeah, unless you was talking about Gabby Sibiday or something, then yeah, come on now, HQ. guys, respectfully, guys ain't looking for that. Like, with all due respect.
Kenta is not a
No, her looks is fine. I don't have no problem with Quinta Brunson's looks. Her looks is, like, I would agree with Jay on his take, what he said, but I don't have a problem with her looks. I didn't make no jokes about her looks.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Nothing wrong with her looks. Her looks is fine for a lot of people, you know. Okay. But I meet women of that caliber. But like I said, a woman's gonna play the game as they can play.
You wouldn't
be
attracted to Quinta? You're not attracted to Quinta?
Her looks is fine. I don't have no problem with her looks. Her looks is okay. There's no problem with her looks. Oh, okay. Is it more attractive women? Yeah, but I don't have no problem with Quinta.
Oh, okay.
I ain't got no smoke for her.
You said you ain't got no problem with Kendra's looks?
No, not Kendra. It's an actress called Quinta Brunson. Not Kendra.
Hold on, y'all. Hold on. Keep going.
Go ahead, TJ. You got it.
No, I just was asking a question. Well, listen, I'm just kind of sitting here thinking.
Yeah.
I think, and maybe because I fit the equation. One thing I try to be when I enter these discussions is be honest about like myself, and you know what I mean.
Yeah.
But from my perspective and from my experience and from what I have seen personally, if you are, and I'm not talking about white folk because I don't know about white folk shit. If you are a brother in the middle, meaning you're not like a bum, and you're not on the high end of the spectrum or close to the high end of the spectrum, if you're a guy in the middle, you're screwed.
Yeah,
you're absolutely screwed. It doesn't matter if you're a guy in the middle, because I'm in the middle. So I have, and a lot of guys don't want to admit that most of us are in the middle. So I'm a guy in the middle. The 3s and 4s don't want you, neither do the 5 or 6s. Even though you might be the best fit for both of them, they still don't want you because our women don't really care for and have shown that they are not really interested in the guy in the middle until, and I say the until.
Facts.
And the until comes when the women are no longer in a position to be productive with that middle guy. Meaning she's had all of her children, or she's been ran through. She's looking at life now. She's sitting around and she's going, oh my God. Then the guy in the middle at 35, 40, 45, where I am now, that has resources, that's settled, then that guy becomes an option. And to a degree, that's okay, but what makes it problematic, that woman treats that guy as if she's doing him a favor by finally giving in to him.
Yeah, I agree with that.
And herein lies where you get what they call the red pill rage with us middle-aged guys. Because here we are, if we get some attention, get some play from the ladies who we watched, destroy their situation, then we got to deal with the luggage of them. We got to and I always tell ladies all the time, when we get all, the kids aren't the problem. It's always the relationship that woman has with the fathers. That's the problem.
Okay.
Yeah.
Because that oftentimes, and this is why I'm probably not in a serious relationship, but oftentimes that woman that is now coming to you for her to be settled, she still, even if that kid's father is a bum, which more likely than not he's a bum, she shows him more respect and more deference than you, and you in there doing the job that he won't do and is unwilling to do and never wanted to do.
Right.
And that becomes a problem. And so that's where you get a lot of this like animus or anger coming out of guys that are in my age range, HQ, is because we're coming in to be used and not appreciated. It's bad enough it's bad enough we're getting you and we can't get nothing with you other than to take care of you. You know what I mean?
Right.
And a lot of guys, like, I'm 47 years old, HQ. I've had my fair share of coochie over the years. You know what I mean? At this age, your coochie isn't worth that to me. It ain't worth that stress of your, like, I'll give you an example. The last woman I was involved with, HQ, and I spent 2 years too long with this woman. I spent almost the entire time trying to crowbar her mind and her behavior pattern away from her child's father, because she spent so much time taking care. This is a man who lived at home with his mother. We're the same age. He lived at home with his mother. He worked, but he worked for the Chinaman wig shop for cash under the table. You understand what I'm saying? And when they were together, they were married. When they were together, they were married. She made all the decisions. She ran the finances. She was the man of the relationship. And then she spent all those years married to him, taking care of him. When he left her, notice I said he left her. When he left her, she continued to take care of him, continued to do his job, continue to take on his responsibilities, which, even, you know, a lot of women, especially when you got a kid with or whatever, a lot of women will take on the mantle of, I need to do the things that he should be doing so his kid can have a relationship with him. But that's not your job. That's his job. Right. You understand what I'm saying? Right. And when I came along and I interrupted that, I became the enemy in my own relationship, because I was stopping her from doing what she had been doing for almost a decade, which is taking care of him. Right. And so here I am, a guy in the middle that's a good fit for her, but her not understanding it, not recognizing it, and then here's the thing, HQ, I don't need to be taken care of. I don't need to be I don't need to be thought, you know, I don't need nobody to think for me. Right. I'm responsible. I'm established. I'm quote unquote, I guess, successful. You know what I mean? And here I am with a woman who's never encountered that. When I say that guys in the middle, we get women most of the time that have not encountered guys like her. And then on top of that, HQ, I have the nerve to actually have a fucking backbone on top of that.
Facts. TJ, you cooking, man. And I can tell from your personality.
And so that relationship was tumultuous, not because the shit between me and her were hard. She couldn't separate herself from that dude, and she used the kid as a reason to separate, that she couldn't separate. Well, if I don't do his grocery shopping, if I don't take him his son, if I don't do this, then his son won't be able to see. And I'll be like, that ain't none of his fucking, I don't care about that. Right. I said, that's something I said, that man's relationship with his child ain't got nothing to do with you. And if that man decides not to come see his son, spend time with his son, teach his son, invest with his son, that's a problem he's going to have to deal with his son later in life. I said, I'm telling you from experience, because guess what? And I saw it, I said, guess whose father had to go through that? Mine. My father had to answer to me for not being around, for me not knowing him for almost 30 years. I said, and I promise you, that's one conversation that man ain't going to want to have with his son. Right. I said, but that ain't got nothing to do with you. Your only responsibility is to make sure that father has access, not to do the job for him. You can't force the relationship. Right. You know what I mean? And I said, and you're doing it at the detriment of the one that you actually need. Right. And so she wouldn't. I became public enemy number one, because it's like, I'm standing in the way between her son and her son's father, and she couldn't have that. But I wasn't. You understand what I'm saying? That's what guys in the middle have to deal with these relationships. And it doesn't matter if that woman's a 4 or 6. If that's what we're dealing with out here when you are called a and the guy in the middle is not necessarily an unattractive guy, an unfit guy. He's just stable and responsible. That's a problem. Unfortunately, our women have made it a problem to be stable, functioning, and responsible. They made that a negative thing.
Yep. Right. That's facts. That's facts.
And so we're out here, and when we're having these conversations, unfortunately, we have the wrong representatives trying to explain this stuff. And that's why Kevin Samuels became so popular, because he gave a voice to those of us in the middle, even though he wasn't talking to us. Right. He was talking to the women who wanted what they call top tier men. HQ, I'm gonna tell you right now, being a 6-figure man doesn't make you more desirable to a woman. HQ, I'm a 6-figure man. I'm a high 6-figure man. That does not make me desirable. One, because I don't flaunt it. I don't flaunt it. I don't look like it. I don't drive like it. I don't spin like it. I don't wear it. Right. The average chick. Let me tell you who actually knows I make money. That I have a pretty decent income stream, and I have a basic job. White women know. Right. They understand. When white women start to understand what I'm doing on a day-to-day basis, they know automatically. You know what I mean? They know, because they're bred and taught differently. When I speak about what I do, the jobs that I have, you know, how I work and stuff like that, most black women have no idea that I'm a higher, that equates to me being a high earned incomer. Right. And when they see me on the streets, HQ, I drive a 2000. My daily driver is a 2008 Chevy Avalanche with 198,000 miles on it. Ooh, it ain't the only thing I got, but that's my daily driver. Right. I don't wear name brand stuff because I don't see the point in it. But white women who I'm definitely not attracted to on any level, they understand.
You're not attracted to them on any level.
On any level. I look at them, and the look of them gives me bad odor. I mean, it makes me think they got bad odor. From their hair to their female stuff. I don't want I just can't. I don't. Yeah. And every time I look at one, all I can see is them making out with their dogs. That's it.
Oh God.
Notice how, respect to you, TJ. You definitely cook, man. Notice how HQ did just jump in like, well, here's the thing.
I'm not, because he's telling his personal story, and this is something that actually happens to men. I can't dispute that. I can't dispute any of that story.
But here's the thing, HQ. A lot of guys that come up on the panel, they have my story. They just aren't brave enough to tell you it because they think because they want to get shamed. If the majority of guys that come up on the panel don't have my story, then if they were actually having the outcomes that they're talking about, they wouldn't be up on the panels.
Yep.
And I thought about that too. I mean, how you on a panel?
As much as I like the guy on the screen, Darwynn, he got exposed this week too.
This week?
Yes.
What? Wait a minute. This week? How? Is there a video I can look at?
I got the. I'll just talk about it. I do got the clip.
It happened on what panel? Just tell me.
It happened over the course of 2 different panels.
The Lapeef.
He was on Black Men Unfiltered first with me.
Oh, okay. Black Men Unfiltered. Okay, yeah.
And then something came out during that panel, and somebody picked it up on Lapeef, and it triggered a whole fight between him and another man.
Oh,
really?
And it was all over the Jamal Bryant situation.
Oh God!
It was all over the Jamal Bryant situation because Darwynn, and I like Darwynn, personally like him, but Darwynn came out in full support of Jamal Bryant and his wife.
Who's Jamal Bryant and his wife?
Oh yeah, that pastor. Yeah.
Oh, you
said pastor had wore that dress. It was like a see-through dress. It was a big controversy.
What?
Yeah.
His wife came out with a flesh tone dress, sheer dress, with all the lines of the dress pointing towards her coochie.
Okay.
Yeah, it's been a big controversy for about 2 weeks, and it's still raging on. Darwynn came out in there. It's a pastor, the pastor's wife, and the woman claims to be a pastor too. But they were out at this fundraiser, at this fundraiser gala, and she came out basically, and she's a very, she's stacked. The woman's thick, stacked, and curvy like a regular sister. But she came out looking like maybe something you would see. I don't even think you would see Beyonce, some shit like that. Maybe like one of them Cardi B and them type shits. She was out looking like that, and it just raised people who lost their mind because this is a pastor holding his wife out, and everybody's looking at his wife like she's a piece of meat versus them trying to represent what they actually stand for.
Yeah.
Is HQ you there?
Yeah, you know that Dr. Cheyenne Bryant, you see that dress she was wearing recently that was see-through HQ?
No, I don't. I really.
You didn't see that? Yeah, her dress.
I don't even get into the gossip thing. I work too hard. I work so much.
Okay. Well, Darwynn came out in support and saying that there was nothing wrong for a pastor and a pastor's wife to present themselves that way. And as it turns out, especially the way Darwynn has developed his platform, you wouldn't think that would be his positioning, but that was his positioning, and then it turns out that his wife dresses like that too. Ooh. And Darwynn's.
Of course she does. Of course she does. I knew it. I knew it when he was on the. I knew it on the Lapeef panel.
So this week on Lapeef, there was a big blow up because he got called out. How do you have this particular image on your platform, but then you live in your life this way? And then one of the guys was like, Hink, right?
Yeah, Hink.
Yeah, Hink.
It was between him and Hink. Hink was like, the reason why you support this because you can't do nothing about it in your own house.
Out. And when a woman feels like she's missing out, that's when cheating happens.
Hink said to this man, the reason why you support this because you can't do nothing about it in your whole house. And Hink called him weak. It got ugly. It got real.
Oh, he called him weak?
He called him weak, called him a sorry man. We all know your woman running you because you can't. He goes, Pink said, I'm a married man on way in hell. My wife, he goes, I ain't no pastor, and my wife ain't coming out like that. And Darwynn's take was, you can't just assume because they dress like that they're whores.
No way.
He actually said this.
And he's been saying that he'd been saying that since he's been on the Lapeef panel. The way she dressed or he may not have said it like that.
Yes, he did.
Oh, Darwynn, come on.
Hold on a second, HQ. What I'm going to do, I'm going to put the link in the chat.
Oh, shit.
The first 30 seconds of the clip is them going back and forth about that. Hold on a second. Let me find it. Okay.
I thought Bruiser was that guy, man. That's wild.
Bruiser. No, there's nothing wrong with Bruiser.
Yeah, he cool, though. He cool. I like him.
But the thing is, don't hold yourself out to be something.
Yeah.
It was kind of like a misleading. I don't care that that's Bruiser and his wife. That's he's okay with his wife like that. That's okay. Right. But your messaging should reflect how you live your life.
Right. Yeah.
Ain't that what I've been saying? Triple? Ain't that what I've been saying?
I don't know. You've been interrupting me every 5 seconds.
No, you know what I'm talking about. I'm saying people being on panels saying X, Y, and Z, but they really not living the lifestyle that they over here preaching.
And I agree. I agree with that to a degree, though, too.
And I said, that's why I remember y'all asked me, who do I believe? I said, I don't believe that person because I know they ain't living the lifestyle of what they teaching. Remember I said that?
Wait, did you say Jason Black was a grifter too? Or
No. I said Jason Black is pretty much Jason Black pretty much believes what he says. But you know what? I would have to actually see Jason Black in order to see whether he actually lived the lifestyle he's talking about. But look at the Cooley, you look at Anton, you look at just. I don't believe you. That's why it got me off these panels. That's why I got off the panels, because I something God gave me discerning. He gave me the discerning where I can talk, I can listen to a person for a little while, and then I can know when they fake and when they not fake.
Right.
He just gave me that.
Yeah, you was on Cooley head. I mean, it came out what it came out with, you know.
Did you get the link, TJ?
I put it in the chat, but it won't come up. So
you can't put it in the private chat. The private chat.
No. I'm trying to put it on from my phone, so I gotta go send it to myself and then send it to you. So hold on a second, okay?
That is wild.
Give me.
Okay, hold on.
Give me.
Let's listen to the last of the video while you're doing that.
Okay. Hypergamy creates a burning lust for the next best thing, leading to FOMO, a fear of missing out. And when a woman feels like she's missing out, that's when cheating happens. She'll seek out the man she thinks is better. And in most cases, that's the guy she cheats with. This behavior is different from men. When men step out in a relationship, it's often about filling a void, and usually with women that we wouldn't even settle down with. But when a hypergamous woman steps out, she's usually already thinking of the next guy she want to be with. A woman who doesn't turn off her hypergamous nature during a relationship is dangerous. She's always going to be at risk of promiscuity and infidelity. And that's why it's essential to be with a woman who knows how to settle down and isn't constantly seeking something better. When a man commits to monogamy, the woman must also turn off her hypergamy to ensure loyalty. So as a man, don't accept a woman who continues to display hypergamous tendencies once the relationship starts. Make sure she's willing to settle down and commit fully to the relationship without constantly seeking someone better. If she can't do that, she's not the right one for a serious long-term commitment. Settling down is a two-way street. If only one of you is committed, it won't work. Now here's the final mistake. Can a man ever forgive a woman for cheating? Now I dive deep in this topic in the next video. And this last mistake you don't want to miss. So check it out. See you on the next one. What's up?
What's going on? What's going on?
Yeah. Hey.
See, I picked his videos because his video, he was one of the ones that was over there that always was solid on his message, but I never really had a comment, interacted where I would say, okay, let me listen to him and see if he's good. Something always was off about it to me. His demeanor was off. He always kept saying he was so solid with the way he spoke about women. I was like, there ain't no way. But hey, you learn something new every day. And if you make the mistake in front of Hink, you already know Hink is gonna say something. Triple.
Go ahead.
You ain't gonna get me to go on these panels you ain't gonna get me to go on these panels without trying.
I still want you to go on Jason Black's. Call in.
No, I don't disagree with Jason Black though.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? I don't disagree with Jason Black.
Oh, okay.
I mean, I don't disagree to the point where I would need to call in and say, hey, I think you full of shit. Because I haven't really listened to him enough to say X, Y, and Z.
Yeah,
you know
yeah. No, I get that. I say this. TJ made some great points when he talked, and that's a great point that he made when he said, if you're a guy and you're like solidly in that middle, I would even say if you're kind of in the upper middle, it's gonna be a rough go, especially in this race.
Yeah.
It's a rough go. It seems like those guys in the other races always kind of seem to kind of do well or whatever, but
if you are a bum,
race, it's a tough go if you're not like that guy. It's kind of a tough go. I agree with him.
If you're a bum homosexual, you do well. If you're a bum homosexual, you do well.
Yeah.
And if you are physically pleasing, you do well. And it has nothing to do with money.
Hey, HQ, I'm gonna go in and come out because I can't hear him.
Oh, okay. And I'll pull you back up. So this is the panel.
Yes.
Oh my goodness. So the fight has already started, or it's about to start?
It's already started. Well, this is coming up next. They give you a 23-second preview, and they go right into it.
Okay.
Go ahead, play it.
So they made a highlight out of it. Ooh,
yes.
That's crazy.
You see, Hink is already chopping it up. Look at him.
Yeah, Hink is oof. He ain't nothing to mess with. Here we go.
That makes you ready because you don't have anything to follow up.
Because your weak ass will allow that shit. That's why you defend.
You can ask me what I will allow, and I can tell you yes or no. You don't know shit. That's what makes you weak. You're making that shit. You can't substantiate. You ain't got no fucking choice. All you're doing is making false statements. We can have a conversation as grown men.
Way I'll be okay.
You can't do that because you got a bitch-like mouth. It's even more difficult to determine whether the woman is a hoe based off of her attire today. That's not more difficult.
It's not more difficult. Wait a minute, hold on. Is that a woman?
That's the dress. Yep, that's
she's a man. She's a pastor.
Pastor's wife.
No. She claims to be a pastor too.
Oh yeah, you are right. You're right about that. She claims to be a pastor too. You're right. You're right.
What the hell does
that dress? All of the lines converge at her coochie.
Oof.
Yeah, that dress is wild.
It's flesh tone sheer. Yeah, she curving all the right places, and all of the lines lead directly to her coochie. Right. And then this man got up at church and talking about y'all shouldn't have a problem with it because I bought the dress and I like it and I'm a husband. That's what the pastor said. And then he lied because then they went on some talk show, Tamron Hall or somebody. They went on a talk show and she was like, yeah, I picked out the dress and I thought it was okay for the gala. So which is it, nigga? Did you pick it out or did she pick it out and you went on for it? But if you the pastor, you're not supposed to be leading your wife to hell.
Why would you wait? First of all, my comment would be, why would you pick out that particular dress if you're going out to a gala? 1, 2, he's free to buy his wife whatever dress he want to buy, but they need to know that dress is not appropriate for this kind of event.
No event. He's a pastor.
Yeah.
No event.
No event. So, I agree.
Depending on what they talking about inside the house. But I would never wear that. Woo! She crazy. Wait a minute, hold on. Let's go.
Would Fee let you wear that?
Hell no. Fee, I wouldn't even get out the door. He'd have a pair of scissors in his hand.
And cut that shit off.
cut that shit right down the back. Really? Yep. Just like that.
You want to know why? Because I've done it. The lady that I told you I was dealing with, that I stayed with 2 years too long, she had something that I did not like, and then I told her, and she didn't say. I didn't see her for about 6-7 months. One day she going out somewhere, wanted to pick it. She put it on. I came up behind her with a pair of scissors and cut that shit off of her. I said, as long as you with me, that's not what you're doing.
That's not what you're doing. That's not what you're doing.
Yeah, all hell broke loose.
And Darwynn didn't have no problem with this.
He said he didn't have a problem with it.
Let's listen.
That's crazy, man.
Let's listen. Lord have mercy.
There are way more hoes. Let me rephrase it for the people who are slow.
Wait, hold on,
wait. If the attire for everybody who cut grass was fucking jeans, a collar shirt, and a fucking yellow Rogar vest, and everybody who fucking cut grass now today wears a fucking full tuxedo, I would argue that it's even more difficult to determine who cuts grass because everybody's wearing fucking tux.
Agreed. That's not
what they got damn concept.
I think I know why you defend this shit hard like this, guys. You defended this shit hard for a reason because you don't want nobody else for what you got going on. I see what's happening. This is that bullshit,
y'all niggas
you defending that bullshit because you know what you got going on, so you won't defend this shit. You don't want to be goddamn judged. That's that bullshit, Darwynn.
You made a statement, and I made your ass run that shit back.
Yeah,
I don't think it's harder. I don't think it's harder to tell who's a hoe because there's more hoes. It's just you have a lot higher likelihood of being right when you think someone is a hoe. When you think someone that dresses like that is a hoe, you have a higher likelihood of being correct because there are more hoes. And good women don't dress like that. Wifely women don't dress like that. No woman who is not for sale advertises herself to be for sale. That's not normal. We're not seeing virgins out here dressing like hoes. We're not seeing girls who just I'm saving myself to a marriage dressing like that. We're not seeing women that we all typically will go look for as wives who present themselves to the world like that because of us being men of some status at least. We want women who are hard to access, not easily available to men, and have not been with a lot of men and have characteristics that we want imparted to our children.
But see, here's the thing. Now I can't believe y'all. Now I can't believe the shit when I hear people, the same thing with they were having conversations about a lot of men that be on panels, and then come to find out that ain't really what's be going on in your house. So now I can't really believe you when you're talking on panels. I can't believe you. Let's go.
Who in the fuck would want their daughter to dress like that? Or who in the fuck would want their daughter to present themselves to the world like that? Or who even then, who would like that? Who would want their daughter to marry a pastor and then embarrass his position like that? None of us would. Like, not one of us. If we all kicked it and we were all out with our women, we wouldn't want our women dressed like that if we were all pastors, but now we're all entrepreneurs. Some people.
HQ, I think the audio's off.
What?
I think the audio's not playing.
Oh, you can't hear?
No.
What the hell? Wait a minute, hold on. Let me close it. Wait a minute, what's the number? What's the number? 3. You can't hear it at all?
No. It just went out all of a sudden.
Okay. So let me back it up. Okay. So let me see. You can't hear that?
No.
Okay. So let me close it and let me open it back up. Let me open it back up. Hold on. Okay. Let me put it back up. Here we go. Hold on. Let me put it back.
Yep. StreamYard be doing StreamYard things sometimes.
Yeah. What's going on? Can you hear it now? Can you hear it now, TJ?
No, not at all.
What the hell is going on? It just completely went out by itself.
Yep.
What the hell? And I can hear it, but y'all can't hear it. Wait a minute.
Right.
Are you muted, HQ? I can't hear you.
You can't hear me either? Wait a minute. What the hell happened? There goes sound. Can you hear me now?
I can hear you, HQ. I don't know about triple, but I can hear you.
You can hear me.
Yeah.
You can't hear the video. But you can't hear the video.
No.
Damn. Then I don't know how.
Is it playing?
Yeah, it's playing. Can you pull it up and you put it up here and I'll bring it up?
Let me see.
Because normally you would be you could put it up and then I'll just share it. Because it won't let me. The volume is just shit. I can hear it just fine.
Shit.
I mean, if you pull it up on your system, I can you share it with me. I can
I've never done that before. Hold on.
Mm-hmm. You can open it up on your side and then put it in the chat. Put it in the back panel.
Like the link?
Yeah. Do you put it in the present? Do you have to present and invite and all that stuff back there?
Let me see.
You should be able to put it in the thing, and then I should bring it. Be able to share something.
Yeah, right? There's a share screen. Hit that.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, hold on. Let me pull.
Okay.
Hold on. Let me.
Okay.
Hold on a second, HQ.
Because I know people give links to people and then they share them. So I know that's possible. Yeah. Okay, there go Triple. Okay.
All right, let me go.
I hear you now.
Let me go share screen.
Okay.
All right, let me see.
And then okay, so now I got, there it is right here. So okay, so can you turn it on? Oh, wait a minute, hold on. So can you play it?
You have no goddamn choice.
If we
Your
were all
spineless ass gonna
Can
have
y'all
to
hear now?
because that's what happens at home. I got you.
If we were all pastors, if I was a pastor, I would not allow my wife to dress like that as a pastor.
You ain't got no choice.
You made a claim.
You spineless jellyfish.
When you could have
you ain't got no goddamn choice.
I mean, you ain't man. You ain't a man. You ain't got
Grab
no balls, no respect.
Grab
you can't
ankles.
just
You
ask
know
me a
what to
question.
do.
You got to go make a statement.
Grab ankles. You know what to do.
So just consider yourself checked.
You ain't got no choice.
Every time you make a
you ain't no goddamn pastor. You ain't got no choice but to be okay with it.
Because it's
you ain't
niggas
got
like
no
you
choice but
who
to
we
be okay with
supposed
it.
to rely on as OGs and failed a group of niggas like me. We got to come check y'all old niggas.
You have no choice.
Y'all niggas
you
get
got
on the
to
panel.
accept it.
You get on the
have no
panel
choice.
and you talk shit, you make claims, and you thought a young nigga like me wasn't going to run back and check your ass. Well, you got the wrong one, brother. Because
you
I'm
have
here.
to accept it. You have no choice.
Hey, y'all got to take this shit over to a DJ Hamp smoke show. Ali and smoke show.
We got to take it there.
You ain't got no goddamn choice.
That nigga always makes some dumb ass statements. You've been making dumb statements on here for 2 hours and 14 minutes.
He got throw in.
I've been checking your statements the whole time.
No, dog.
But then whenever you get checked and you can't substantiate it, you want to go make a false claim. Well, you could have just asked me a question.
Just because she's a pastor, that's irrelevant, dog. Pastor not.
That's the parameters Willie made when he made the statement.
My wife
he said if all of us was pastors,
but you had to
we would not let our wives dress like that. That is a true statement, and I can corroborate that.
She gonna dress
when you
like
sit here and say Darwynn would, now you're gonna have to prove. Okay, how can you confirm that Darwynn would?
You have no choice.
You have to ask me. So all I'm asking you before you make a dumbass statement and put the cart before the horse, ask me the question before you make a dumb statement.
You have no choice. I don't have to ask.
Okay, you got the floor.
You ain't got no goddamn spine.
Let's see if you can substantiate what you said.
You already showed that to me when you said you can't get more women in San Francisco. This ain't nothing but a continuation of your weak ass.
You talking about?
I'm gonna leave you alone because I don't want to front you.
Man,
no
why you
talking? I done already snatched your soul.
Hink, why are you talking to Hink like he run with his hand? You talking to Darwynn like he run with his hands on his hips, big dog?
You ain't got no goddamn choice.
He said he answered the question. I mean, in all fairness,
I know he answered what, and you notice what he did? He said, well, if I was a pastor, you ain't no goddamn pastor. That's irrelevant. I'm asking you just on GP.
Yeah, but yes. But to be fair, Hank, you wasn't the one who set the parameters.
God damn.
Willie set the parameters.
Damn.
Everybody on the panel saying that if we were all pastors, we wouldn't let our wife dress like that.
You told me enough.
Damn, brother.
Well, let's just take a poll to keep it fair.
I'm trying to make sense of the conversation for you.
Hey, yo, my man. Pause.
Yeah, let's take a vote.
God damn it.
Vote. Yeah, vote.
Let's take a vote.
You know what the fuck I mean?
So HQ, do
That's embarrassing.
It is.
I mean,
that's wild, man.
He's calling him out like you ain't got no choice. That you straight up grabbing ankles.
Yeah, I heard
his
that.
wife
That's
is running him.
Yes.
What happened that made him explode?
Because I think they took a look at, and I can't prove this because all I got is this clip, but I think they took a look at Darwynn's wife's Facebook page. And
okay.
Yeah.
Oh, that's where they got it from.
And then Darwynn also said he didn't have a problem with it. Of that pastor's wife dressing like that. And he said, and he tried to defend it. And he was just like, and this was the second on this panel. This was the second panel that he said this on. He said the first time he said this was with me on Black Man Unfiltered.
So what did y'all say to him over there? Did y'all say
the day before? I didn't do what Hank did because I like to try to preserve relationships. I don't need to, do that to a brother. But I told him it doesn't matter. I said this is about your public representation.
Yeah,
and it doesn't matter that's that man's wife. I was talking about Pastor Jamal Bryant.
Right.
Yeah.
And I told Darwynn that I was surprised that he had, but at that point, I didn't know Darwynn's wife dressed like that when I was confronting him, when I was having a debate. I didn't find out the very next day when this came out.
Oof. And so they looked up her Facebook or whatever, and on her Facebook, she got some wild pictures.
Yes, ma'am.
Or not wild, but she got some suggestions.
Probably dressing very provocative. Yep.
Let me see.
Yeah, I'm not saying woo. I'm not clutching my pearls. I'm not clutching my pearls because she's dressed like that. She's free to dress however she wants to dress. And if her husband says it's okay, then it's okay. I'm not clutching my pearls about that. I'm clutching my pearls because he preaches something else other than this.
That's what I was saying.
So are you lying to the people that you talk to about her for the streets? Because he loved to say that.
He says his wife is former military and she's a good girl, even though she doesn't look like it.
What?
Oh, his wife is former military?
That's what he says. Hold on a second, guys. I'm going to pull.
Oh, man.
Hold on a second.
I mean, there's nothing wrong with her dressing like that. If you like it, I love it, Darwynn. If you like it, I love it. I ain't even gonna say nothing about it because I'm all for it if that's what you like. But when you get on here, just like Cooley got on here and said the bullshit that Cooley got on here, and then he did exactly everything he was telling other people not to do. Darwynn, for her for the streets is exactly like Darwynn said not to do. And yet he's over here talking about this is okay.
Pull it up, HQ.
Okay, here we go. Wow, going on.
Yo.
Okay, the second one ain't bad. The first one was kind of racy.
Okay.
That's his wife.
Yeah.
Weave, color, big.
She got the tats.
She got her titties done.
Oh, the tits is done?
Yeah, they done. Tits is done. She got tats, tits, fake hair, all that good stuff. Everything.
Yeah.
This is what he says is a good girl. She might be. I don't know. That's his wife.
That's his wife.
Damn.
And she might be. We don't know. We don't know. And he love it. If he like it, I love it.
Yeah.
But now you see why why Hank was saying you ain't got no choice but to accept it.
And she ain't gonna do. She gonna keep dressing like that.
Yes.
And she dressed like that all the time because she got a nice body.
There's a video on our Facebook page, and I can't pull it up, but there's a video of her wearing even less, like biking shorts, standing there. She taking her hand, almost going down by her coochie. She was standing. You can see a gap between her legs, all that good stuff. You can see a little moose knuckle in full form.
Word.
On her Facebook page. Yeah. Darwynn's wife is something to look at. Now, we're not knocking that.
Yeah, she's definitely an attractive girl. Ain't no question.
We're not knocking that. She's not something to look at.
Right.
Yeah.
I mean,
we're not knocking that at all. We're not knocking him for having a wife. That's something to look at. We're talking about why he is defending Pastor Jamal, whatever his name is, Bryant, and his wife, and why Darwynn says, I don't have a problem with it. How can you have a problem with it when your wife do the same thing?
And that's why Hank was saying you ain't got no choice.
You ain't got no choice.
Yeah.
Because your wife can do it.
HQ, safe to say she's not a 4.
Oof.
HQ.
Darwynn, I know you had to be embarrassed.
This whole thing was embarrassing. It kept going and going and going and going, HQ. It didn't stop. It kept going.
And if he would have just said, my wife dresses like that, so I don't have no problem, he would have never got the pushback. If he would have said it from the beginning.
The problem with Darwynn's, HQ, the problem with the reason why he got all that pushback is because that's not how he presents himself.
Yeah, that ain't what he preaches, though.
That's right. That's right. Because he's preaching that kind of woman's for the streets.
Yes.
That's what he's preaching. That woman is
even in the video you were playing, him talking about monkey branching and stuff like that. If he take his own advice, his wife is out there advertising and saying she's available.
Yeah.
By the way she dressed.
Right.
Now, I guess Darwyn's another dude that's gonna cut me off from these YouTube streets, but you know,
we're not talking mean or anything else.
No. Yeah.
You know,
ain't no diss. This ain't no diss.
Yeah,
they're gonna cut me off because I talk things in a practical standpoint. I don't know if you remember HQ. They on SBC, whatever. They tried to stomp me out because I asked a silly question like, if you want all these black dudes to get a black woman, how you gonna expect them to get a woman without no children when the majority of black women got kids? Yeah. They roasted me for asking that very practical question.
Right.
I'm saying it's a bad deal to be with a woman. If you're a single guy to be with a woman with kids, that's a bad deal. But if you a black man and you want a black woman, how do you avoid a black woman without no damn children?
Right.
How do you avoid that?
The younger, the hopefully the better. But even these young ladies are having babies early, so you never
Come
know.
on, you do not. Over 70% of black women got children.
It's like,
how do you avoid?
Ooh.
And I got stomped out.
That's embarrassing, Darwyn. Not that you got a wife that dresses like that. It's just that you should have said, you should have let people know that that's what you liked from the beginning. Instead of people finding out like this, because now, do we take your advice seriously? Do men take your advice seriously?
Hey, TJ, was that on Truth Over Lies or SBC? Which episode was that, man? They was giving you a hard time about it?
That was on SBC.
Okay.
This is last year. It was last year.
Oh, last year? Oh, okay, okay.
Ooh,
I guess you.
Ooh. So.
Oh, they also stumped me out, Triple, because.
Just stumped them out.
Damn.
Yeah, they even stumped me out because my daughter's mother is fiscally irresponsible.
Yeah, they did. They did.
And then I put my daughter's mother in a townhouse that I own, so I can make sure my daughter had a place to stay. They stumped me out for that.
And I said that was a good thing that you did that.
Yeah, that was smart, man. For the safety and integrity of your daughter, man.
And I told them, I said, prior to me doing that, I had all kind of hell with seeing my daughter or the mama interfering. When I put that raggedy ass woman in that townhouse, all that shit went away.
The cooperation went up. Absolutely.
I didn't need no cooperation. This woman me and my daughters, when I tell you HQ, in the last 2 years, me and her have probably spoken 2 or 3 times.
Right.
Damn.
Okay. I got my daughter lives in a different state to me.
Right.
HQ, I know all her teachers. I know her band teacher.
Yeah.
I put my daughter in competition dance. Yeah. I coordinate all of that from 342 miles away. My daughter is going to Nashville at the end of the month for a dance competition. Guess who going? Her daddy. Guess who not going? Her mama. Why? Because mama can't afford it.
Oh, shut up. Yes.
Everything I need to know about my daughter, I know things that matter. Her school stuff. Look, let me tell you what I do. I call, because they got phones in the classroom, at least twice a week. I call into the classroom in the middle of the day to talk to the teacher. Hey, how's Victory doing? Tell her daddy on the phone. You want to talk to her? I'll talk to her when she get out of school. Let her know. So my daughter know, even though my daughter's life on a daily, even though I'm not there, I'm there.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Well, hey, respect.
I reach into the schools and touch her. I talk to her outside of school. We do the FaceTime. She's involved in every activity. Look, her the other day, she called. She goes, Daddy, my daughter 11. She just turned 11. Daddy, Mama said I need to ask you if I can dye my hair. I said, are you out your rabbit ass mind? I said, you've had this conversation.
Right.
I said, no chemicals in your hair till you turn 19. 19, I said. No chemicals.
Right.
I said, I said, you know, I hate the braids. I said, because Daddy know me, I got a pretty baby, so I'll compromise with you. You want some braids? You get your 3 or 4 blue braids in your braid hair. I'll do that for your competition. But we ain't dying. I said, no perms, no dyes, no nothing, and your braids can only stay in your hair for 2 weeks.
Yeah.
And she's only allowed to get braids 3 times a year, and so she has to pick when she gets them. She has to wear her natural hair. You are not going to be 19 walking around with your forehead with a George Jefferson at 19. You ain't doing that on my watch.
Right. I mean, that's being involved, TJ. That's more than a lot of men can say. That regardless of whether they are state away or not away, you should be involved with your kid every day, every other day. Even if it's what the hell is those things called? Having an iPad, you should be in contact with that kid every day.
Yep. I'm off work. I got injured at work. I'm off work. I go to the doctor tomorrow. I'm off work for the next 6 weeks. On Wednesday, I'm packing up my house here where I'm in Missouri, and I'm headed to Wisconsin. I'm going to be in Wisconsin for the next 6 weeks with my daughter. So she's going to get to pick her. And prior to that, I would pick her up from school once a month. Okay. I would once a month, I would go call into the school, tell my daughter don't get on the bus, tell her daddy's outside.
I know that's right. If more fathers was involved like that, hopefully we could keep some of these women off the pole and wouldn't be dressing like pastor's wife. Yep.
Last year, I'll tell you this. Last year? She called me on a Friday. She was like, Dad, I want to go to the movie tomorrow. I had just got out where I was tired of the mug after a 60-hour week. I said, okay. That next morning, I got up, drove 5 hours to Wisconsin, took a little crazy ass to a movie that she slept all the way through, asshole, and then took out to dinner, took her home, got back on the road, and drove 5 hours back home.
I know that's right, TJ. I know that's right.
If my daughter turned out to be a slut bucket, it ain't gonna be because I didn't try.
There you go. Because it ain't that I didn't try. It ain't that I didn't try. And that's the only thing you can do. Is I didn't see the point of them trying to stomp you out when I heard about it the first time. When I heard about it the first time, I was like, see, y'all wish y'all could be on the same level as freaking TJ when it comes to his kid. He has enough finances in order to afford to be able to help that woman take care of his child. He has enough finances to do that. And some of y'all can't get past hating the woman.
That was the decision I had to come to terms with. Right. Because what they didn't understand at the time is HQ. I explained that I tried to get her. I tried to.
Yeah, I was gonna say likely. I imagine
I tried to get physical
first. Yeah.
I tried to get physical custody of her, and the courts wouldn't give her to me because they said I would be too much of a disruption because I was too far away.
Right.
It was the judge who said, if you're not concerned about her being homeless, Mr. Moore, you got a piece of property up here. Why don't you? And it took me another 2 or 3 months because I did not want to give that woman the satisfaction. Everything in me just could not do that because this was a casual relationship. This woman had made 5 or 6 years of my life absolutely miserable for no reason. And I despised her to the nth degree. But then I had to ask myself a question one night off work here at home by myself. I had to ask myself, do I love my daughter? Do I hate my daughter's mother more than I love my daughter?
There you go.
And the answer was no.
There you go.
And then I gave notice to my tenants that they had to leave.
And that's really the first and only question that you need to ask. And then everything else falls into place. Once you answer that question, everything else falls into place.
Yeah, and then they're talking about the judge gonna make you. They're gonna make you turn your house. So no, the hell they not. Me and this woman ain't married. They never been married. That woman. I said, and they were like, well, it's got tenant rights. I said, my daughter's mother can stay there till my daughter goes to college. My daughter is going to college.
Right.
I said, the day my daughter graduates high school, 1 month later, the house, the condo, it goes on the market. I'm not worried about evicting her. I'm selling it.
Right. I know that's right.
She's staying in this place where I could be getting about $1,500 a month. I still got to pay the association fee and the taxes on this stuff. This woman ain't paying no, and she still get her child support payment. I write it off as a loss. And this woman can't ask me for nothing. She can't ask me for a quarter, a breadcrumb.
I know you better than most. You bet, but then I understand exactly why you did it, because you have to ask your question. You have to ask that question: do I love them more than I hate you? And if the answer is yes, I do love you more than I hate you, then all that hate, all that animosity, and all that, I'm just going to ignore you. I'm just going to do what's good.
I told you it's been about, in the last 2 years, I probably spoke to that woman two or three times. Because I don't need to. My daughter's old enough now. And the mother, the last time we actually spoke, because the mother got all angry. My daughter performed at the Milwaukee Bucks halftime, which is an NBA team. She performed at the Milwaukee Bucks halftime show on Christmas Eve. And of course, the mother showed up there. And the mama got all upset. She was like, you and Victory, my daughter's name is Victory. You and Victory, y'all just be planning stuff and don't tell me. And I go, I don't need to tell you nothing about my daughter. I don't need to ask you nothing. I don't need to tell you nothing. As long as you know.
Yes. As long as you know. Y'all give me y'all final thoughts. For real, for real. Damn. It's been a long night. But I'm going to go live tomorrow too. So we're going to do
the relationship paradigm with us, HQ. I understand your perspective. You still got some hope out here because there are pockets of decent people. But for somebody that's out here, and I told somebody that I'm kind of close to the other day that I've accepted my fate. That there's nothing, that there's probably nothing left for me to go out and pursue with somebody because of what's left out here in the mindset and what's been done. You know what I mean? It's not worth it to, when you're 46 or 47 years old, you're single and you're trying to find you another 40-year-old or 38-year-old and take on all of the it'll be different if my female counterparts' minds were different. They're not.
Right.
And so it's a little bit sad. And all you got to do is, like with my daughter, when I talk to my daughter, I constantly tell her, when I talk about our future, I want you to be a resource for your family, for your husband and your kids. That's how I talk to her. I want you to be a resource. What I want you to do for your life, whatever you get, whatever you earn, is for your family, your husband, and your family. I want you to be I tell my daughter all the time, I want you to be a resource. I don't tell her that you need to do this. No, I talk to her about cooperation and being, whatever she do, it's for a better good. And I tell her, I want you to have a life better than what me and your mother did.
Right.
HQ, I hope he has articulated things, because you sat up here and debated me before he got up here about what's out here. And I'm trying to tell you, as a man that's dating, it's not like that. And me and you were going back and forth, but he did a good job of actually articulating, better than I did, of articulating his personal story.
Right.
Now, hey, and he's telling you beyond his relationship with his daughter, it ain't nothing out here on the dating front. I don't know what you don't get about that, but you just like, no, that's all, but not all.
I'm not saying that. I'm not saying that there's something out there. I'm just saying.
Yeah, what you saying?
I don't know what the hell I'm saying.
Yeah, that's what I'm wondering, because you were debating me. Like, I know, because I'm dating these women. Like, he ain't making this up, but I don't know. Maybe 10 men need to come over here and tell you that.
I mean,
yeah.
You know what ended my relationship? Part of my final thought. You want to know what ended my relationship with that lady?
Go ahead.
The father of her son. My daughter is about 7 or 8 months older than her son. So that's why I said we were kind of a fit. The father calls at 1:00 in the morning.
Right.
And I wake her up because she sleeps like a brick. I said, hey, because I'm thinking it's something. He calls at 1:00 in the morning because The boy is with him, and he lives with his mother. So his boys are with him at his mama's house, and he has a cold. He has a cold, a slight fever. She gets up and wants to leave.
What?
This is a 10-year-old.
Right.
I said, "Where you going?"
Right.
Well, my son's sick. I said, "He with his daddy. He running a temperature. Give him tell daddy give him some Tylenol."
Right.
His daddy ain't got no Tylenol. I gotta go get. I said, "You walk your ass out that door. Don't come back."
That's crazy.
People said that. Some people said I was mean. That's her kid. No. Another man who knew his son had the sniffles all day.
All day.
I know what he was doing because I'm a fucking man.
Right.
And I've done it before. This motherfucker was sending a message to me. It don't matter what you think you got with her. I can pull her away from you whenever the fuck I feel like it. Whenever I feel like it.
Yeah, that's exactly what that was.
I know what it was. And I tried to explain that to her. I said, he's interfering and you letting him interfere. And she said, you got to understand that that's my kid's father. That was the end of that was the last time I talked to her. I let her walk out the door and didn't talk to her no more. As if I don't have a damn child, my damn self.
Right.
Yeah, that's wild.
And my child is 342 miles away. You think if anybody should jump up and run in the middle of the goddamn night, it's because mine is 342 miles away, not a few blocks. This is the type of that's when I decided I can't do this anymore.
Right.
Because I don't want somebody who who don't have any boundaries, won't set no boundaries. And this is not even about if she respects me or not. This is most of our sisters, they believe that the father should trump whatever she got going on, and that's not the case.
Right.
You know what I mean? And
that's
so
the case.
That's why I'm saying it's very difficult to go out here and do this, because you have to be okay with the fact that some other man can pull your woman out the bed mid-stroke if need be. That's a bad.
That's a hell of a feeling, man. Damn.
Think about that. When you dealing with a woman with children, she at your house, you mid-stroke, that man can pull her out of your bed mid-stroke.
Right.
And our women want us to be okay with that, like it's no big deal.
Yeah. It's wild.
I guarantee you, if the roles were reversed and my daughter's mom called for some nonsense,
right,
and I go running, that woman ain't speaking to me no more.
Right. You right. I gotta admit, you right about that. But some women will do it.
You said you back up here tomorrow, HQ?
Yes.
What time?
8:00.
Okay, I'll check you out.
Okay,
we salute, man.
We just trying to put the rhythm. We just trying to get into the algorithm here. So I'm going live every night.
Okay, all right, HQ.
Thank you.
Salute to you, man.
Triple X.
I just was gonna say I ain't gonna hold you, but hey, I hope he did a good job of articulating, because I know how much you like to debate. But he echoed a lot of the things I've said about dating.
Right. But that's wild.
I think you're what the thing is, HQ, I think you're missing is that generations flip. You're just going back to like when it was the early to mid 90s and you were dating, it was still a lot of girls out here that was viable. Kids are not. Like, it's not there. Like, I'm meeting a barrage of women and there's nothing there sticking. Like, I don't really get into telling my stories. TJ, he did a great job of telling his, but I can tell you some of my stuff, you'll be like, damn. Yeah. Like, they blew the shit up for no reason. Like, and they wasn't even Their situation was funky.
Damn.
Yeah, and I had the cape on and got done like that. That's the shit is wild, man.
Yeah, we gotta do better out here. Some of these women gotta do better out here.
Yeah.
I'm gonna bring up something else tomorrow. I'm gonna bring up another person or maybe another clip from Darwynn.
That's wild what happened to Darwynn. Yeah, I see his wife now. I'm like, whoa, she's an attractive woman, but whoa.
Yeah, but damn, bro. Yeah. I mean, I know I heard him say she's for the streets. I know I heard him say that.
He said that a lot about women being for the streets. Yeah, and I like Darwynn.
And you think he said that about women who dress like that?
Yeah. He said something along those lines. I can't remember.
Oh, wow, Darwynn. Oh, man. Your credibility just went to the dogs.
Yeah, man, Darwynn was hilarious when he got to that argument with Anton. That was one of the funniest ever.
When was that argument?
This was a while ago on Lapeef. I think Anton was still like a main Lapeef contributor then. And they was just.
Wait a minute, didn't Anton start Lapeef?
It was him and Lapeef. Yeah, he was one of the main guys that started Lapeef.
Oh, okay. He helped.
Yeah.
I thought it was Lapeef, but he turned it. It was he helped Lapeef start it. And then he got him started.
I think he might have. I know he was like an original founding member of Lapeef.
Oh, okay.
And Lapeef was fun, but back then, because man, like Anti used to just say crazy shit. Like he was
crazy shit.
He was arguing with Bruce about Anti was arguing to him, talking about he was a ladies' man back in the day and all that.
Oh, okay. I remember that. But damn. But see, here's the thing. That's why I have a difficult time being on these panels, because sometimes the people get exposed. Ali, he got exposed, found out he wasn't married to his baby mama, and X, Y, and Z. He got exposed a couple of years ago for being on for preaching marriage and commitment and all this stuff, and then come to find out he had a baby mama, X, Y, and Z. It was a lot of. Every time I turned around, somebody was getting exposed to something. And I'm like, nope. I ain't even gonna do it. I also got one that I think is an exposure too, but I ain't finna say it. Cause then
it ain't Jason Black, is it?
No.
Oh, okay.
I think it's a let me see, what the hell is it? I don't know. I ain't gonna say. I ain't gonna tell you her name. I ain't gonna say nothing.
It's a chick.
I'm just gonna leave it. I'm gonna leave it alone. But I heard I heard a contradiction. See, I remember when people say stuff. I remember when they say stuff, and then I remember when they get on. They do something else, and then I'm like, wait a minute. Hold up.
All right, it's all right. I ain't gonna even ask. Then I got some speculation. What? No, I said I don't know who it is, but I ain't gonna even ask.
Don't do it.
Oh. Yeah, I'll leave it alone. I don't want to get no drama around here.
No. I ain't gonna do that. But I'm like, this is what put me off panels, when I kept hearing the contradiction in all of these things. In all of these people, everybody got here. It was a contradiction somehow, some way. Then you heard of Brownsville, and then he really ain't no cop, and I can't even. And then we've, at a panel, we was with a panel person, and come to find out this dude his wife was an Olympic star, and he was, putting hands and feet on her, and I can't do the, otherwise I just be, So that's why I find it difficult to be on panels, because I don't know what the shit that you preaching to people is the truth. And I'm pretty much I'm an open book. I'm gonna be.
No, I get it. TJ made a great point. If you're in the middle, I'm gonna say this: if you're black and you're not in like that select group, yo, man, good luck, because they all are pretty much the attractive women are all consolidating on those guys. I agree with him.
Yeah, but it's always been like that. It's always been like that, and it's always
HQ. Would HQ really?
Yeah.
Has it?
It's always been
like that.
The women have always clung to the more attractive, more vigorous, more virile man. Most women, it's always been like that. It's always been like whether he had money or resources. People keep thinking it's the money. It's not the money. It's what money represents. Money represents freedom. Money represents wealth. Money represents a lot of things, and people cling to men who have money. Not just because
I get the money thing, but he wasn't saying that just from like just the money thing alone.
And a virile looking man, and a virile looking man, and a bigger man, and it just is what it is. It's been that way since the beginning of time. You're gonna have women who like a specific type man that appeals to her. His virility appeals to her. It just is what it is. You're gonna have more men that are attracted to the Denzel Washington type than the Samuel Jackson type. It just will be what it is. It is what it is. And you got to learn to work within your box, within your frame. You just do. As a man, you got to just work within your box, and whatever that box is.
I think ultimately, and I agree with him, there may not be anything in that box worth getting though. And, and see, the thing is, the counterpoint to that, you're still a man of value.
Yes.
Yeah. So do you want something that's ill valuable? Yeah. So that. Otherwise, I mean, if anything would do, I'm sure TJ would probably have something.
Right.
So yeah, but hey, I ain't gonna hold you.
That's crazy. If anything will do.
Yeah. If anything, because that was what you was hitting me with earlier. You was like, "Yo, man, you want the six? What's wrong with you?"
No.
Boy?
When I said that, basically what I was saying
was crazy.
You have 10. Basically, what I was saying was you have 10 things that you want from a woman. Why don't you get rid of 2 of those things and maybe you'll find your woman? That's all.
Yeah, I don't have 10 things. Like the things I listed to you, which was about 4 things. Those are my things. Like I don't have no big ass list.
Right.
Like you got to be size 10 or under.
Right.
You got to be. I'll say you got to be size 10 or under, 35 or younger. My preference would be no kids, of course. And you gotta be a respectful chick. You got to be a woman of your word. You got to be honest. If you got those traits, I will probably be interested in you. So
what if I have all those traits and sometimes I tell a white lie, like I really ain't. I'm at the gym.
Well,
X, Y, and Z.
Well, here's the thing with that. It depends on what the situation is. See, the problem is with what you just said with that. It's a bit different if you catch somebody up. And, we're talking about some things and you're like, hey, I found out that wasn't true. But if you're making people waste their time, telling people you're going to meet them someplace or we doing this, and this, and then you don't hear from them, you can't find, like, that's too much.
Yeah.
It's too much. So, yeah. That would be my thing. Like, smaller stuff, maybe that's something that can work on. But I would say as a woman of that age, you shouldn't be doing that anyway. Why you need to do it?
That's true.
Yeah.
That's true.
Yeah.
I will see you tomorrow or Wednesday.
Right,
I see you.
Yep.
All right, thank you, Triple. Well, we this was our show. We reviewed the 2 videos from Darwynn McPherson, and then we did the review of Darwynn and his apparently Darwynn had a fight. Apparently Darwynn had a fight with somebody the other night, so it was kind of shaky ground from that. So we will be back here tomorrow night. So I am trying to get this channel up and running, to get the channel over to 500 subs. So we have we almost have 400. So we're trying to get you over to 500 subs to get this channel up and running, which I want it to be like a what is it called? a reaction channel, but a relationship reaction channel. So we appreciate you coming out. We appreciate if you show up, because somebody told me the only way to get a channel up and running is if you go live every day. So I will try to go live every day. So I appreciate you all. Please hit the like button if you liked the content. Please hit the like, share, and subscribe. So this is our first night. Let's see what we can do for the rest of the month. Please and thank you. Please and thank you. I appreciate you. Please and thank you. Please and thank you.